is
That's
here.
a lot.
Rick will weigh in if you guys need some help. Okay?
Oh, he's not playing along?
I am excited to watch this.
The trophy game. Take a look, Joe.
Yeah, that's the two.
But who plays?
Minnesota and
No.
Indiana.
Yes, saw it.
And
Michigan State. Very good. The next one's on the board.
Oh, Wisconsin.
What is it?
What is it?
Yep, Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Yes. Yeah.
Very good. You don't need to yell at the trophies.
Just a passion, baby.
Next one. Oh, here you go.
Iowa State, Iowa.
Yeah, you said it. No.
Iowa State, Minnesota. Iowa.
There you go. Just Big Ten. Just Big Ten.
Makes a good
There
baby.
you go. More animals.
Paul Bunyan's bull.
El Toro there.
That's Paul Bunyan's ox.
Paul Bunyan's ox. Paul Bunyan got everything. He's got a house.
What is the name of it?
Heartland.
Oh, yeah. Heartland. That's
Iowa.
that's Iowa, Wisconsin.
Yep. Iowa's in my
Oh, man, you do.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that.
No, we know. Okay.
What is it?
It's quite a project.
This is a trophy for everybody.
There are clues on there. The brick bookshelf. Penn State. Yep. Is
Oh, that's good. Oh, you mind?
Is this the land grant?
land granted the
Yeah,
trophy.
land.
Yes.
So Penn State and Penn State.
Michigan State.
Michigan State. Michigan State. Very good. All right.
That's an ugly trophy.
All right. You don't have to win it. I like it. I just want to.
Oh, is this Abe Lincoln's hat?
Land of Lincoln.
Land of Lincoln, Illinois.
And who's the other Illinois school in the Big Ten?
Oh, that's Northwestern.
There you go.
No. Yes, Illinois Northwestern. Very good. I'm not good at this. Okay, here you go.
Glory Bell, Liberty Bell.
Ring the bell. Ring my bell.
Ring my bell.
That is correct.
There are actually two victory bells.
This is a victory bell.
This is a victory bell. You played at one of the schools that had a victory bell
Oh, you said that we had a victory bell?
with USC.
Oh,
There's also another victory bell. Yeah.
USC, UCLA next week,
Yes.
right? But this is the governor's victory bell.
Governor's victory bell.
And the schools are?
which go to the governor?
UCLA. No.
No, they already told you. What is
Michigan
it?
State, Penn State.
It's this. We're going to have this game next week.
Penn State, Minnesota.
There you go.
It's like this.
Minnesota.
Governor's victory bell.
Okay, last one. Ready? This is a recent one.
Oh, man.
Like a guillotine.
Wow.
Oh, man. I got
What
that.
is this? That's what they.
I'll give you a hint. Faux Collini had something to do with this.
Nebraska. Nebraska.
Yep. But the name of it?
The broken chair. Tipped over chair.
I bet.
Getting there.
The chair don't work no more. I'm gonna hit you with this chair.
That was part of the build-up to this trophy's creation.
No more chair for you.
There's a hole in the chair.
$5 bits of broken chair.
What?
Yep.
Nebraska.
At Minnesota.
At Minnesota.
They need to get rid of that, man.
Yeah.
That makes no
All right.
sense.
Have your pets spayed or neutered.
Yes.
You were so excited to be
Treat yourself around the sun. Time now for new projects started presented by the Home Depot. With an academic all Big Ten selection on his resume, Purdue's Max Clare is adept at finding ways to do things smarter. Clare leads the Boilermakers in receiving yards, catches, and touchdowns. You name it, he leads it. Stick around. State Farm College Football Today continues after this.
Hey, Jake from State Farm. Check it out. The old Fungarooski. Or you can bundle home and auto and save money. The old Bundle-Rooski. Ooh, that's a better play. Plus, it's more fun to say. Bundle-Rooski. 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 Bundle-Rooski too. Try it. Yeah. I'm not going to say that. Bundle and save with the personal price plan. He can, though. Well, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
With such great offers, DraftKings is the place for those who love college football. I love college football. Watch out, Leonard. Leonard flush from the pocket. Matt, are you playing as Leonard's got a man streaking downfield? He's wide open in the end zone. Matt, touchdown! And Leonard defeats the
Following the whiteout win for the blue and white Penn State Lions last week against the Washington Huskies, they now travel to Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette, Indiana, to take the Purdue Boilermakers to the train station. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live pro play. Watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well to stay up to date. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football. Hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off with Rogue Energy. Be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in Kenner tub form shakers and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. And once you go check that out, if it doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. Also, if you haven't done so, be sure to scan the QR code behind me. So the 4th-ranked blue and white Penn State Lions hit the road for the first time in a few weeks, heading out to the Heartland to take on the Purdue Boilermakers. Got 8-1 Penn State and 1-8 Purdue. So we'll see how today goes, but thanks for tuning in and watching. Kickoff coming up shortly, 3:30 Eastern Time this November 16th, Saturday afternoon. Kick will be on CBS with Brad Nessler and Purdue quarterback Gary Danielson on the call. So Penn State, yeah, as mentioned, 8-1 now. Bounced back last week in the whiteout win against UW, who won last night, becoming bowl eligible. But Penn State at Purdue, who is 1-8. They have not won since August. It was August the 31st. It was week 1. Purdue beat Indiana State. They haven't won since. They've lost 8 in a row. Might add, Purdue, as they face a few other top 5 opponents already to this point in time in the season so far, will face another in the 4th-ranked Penn State Lions here today. They've had a good home schedule, to say the least. But they've been shut out at home and on the road versus top 5 opponents this season. So we'll see if that stays true today or not for Penn State, as they are the 4th-ranked team in the country right now in the college football playoff rankings. But I don't care if it's a shutout. I don't care if it's a 1-point win, even though, yeah, I would be, I think a lot of the nation would be angry, even though a win's a win at the end of the day. Just go out and take care of business, and I don't care what the final score is, long story short. So yeah, just 2 teams on opposite ends of the spectrum, to be honest with you. Penn State just lost to Ohio State 2 weeks ago, bounced back against Washington. Purdue lost the Buckeyes last week. So, like I said, they haven't won. Purdue has since August. Hopefully they don't snap that losing streak today. They can do it from now until sometime the end of the regular season here at the end of the month. But, yeah, they've been shut out against top 5 teams they've faced so far this season. And when they hosted Notre Dame, they didn't put much up against the Fighting Irish then either, as Notre Dame was ranked in the top 25 and still are. But yeah, Purdue with Ryan Walters at the helm, former Illinois defense coordinator, they've had a tough season to say the least. So see how today goes once again. But Penn State's a 4-touchdown favorite for a reason. You know, you'll look at statistics in this category, so on and so forth. Penn State, on paper, I get the games, you know, played on the field. Still got to go out and take care of business. But the Nittany Lions should be able to do what they want and when they want to do it today, long story short. We'll get into that a little bit, but Penn State's had Purdue's number throughout time. They lost in the first ever meeting back in the 50s, and then lost on 2 other occasions with a tie as well. 2 losses back-to-back in 03, 04. Penn State's last 2 losing seasons, minus the COVID year. But Penn State hasn't lost to Purdue in 20 years. They're on a 10-game winning streak against Boilermakers. The last loss for the Blue and White against Purdue, yes, was at home, but it was in the first ever whiteout, as Penn State just celebrated 20 years of whiteouts last week and now hit the road to take on Purdue. So tie that bow. But yeah, they haven't lost, and I don't expect them to lose to them here today either. But obviously, that's why they play a game. It's not on paper, it's not on the field. Now, if this game was played on the hardwood, as Purdue is defending national champions in college basketball, yeah, that'd be a different story. Purdue's probably going to beat Penn State, as a lot of teams do in college basketball. That's just a given, because Penn State is a football school with wrestling, along with the academics at the top. But yeah, this game is being played on the gridiron, basketball on grass, if you will, from 20 years ago. Last time Penn State lost Purdue under Joe Tiller, but yeah, just could get ugly. As mentioned, Penn State is a 4-touchdown favorite, and they're a 4-touchdown favorite for a reason. 28 and a half, 29, depending on where you look. Over-unders right around 50, so we'll see about those numbers later on. But yeah, Purdue's 1-8. They're 1-8 because, like I said, you talk about these statistical stats and these categories. Purdue's either dead last or in the bottom, just not in the Big Ten, but overall in the entire country of all 130 plus FBS schools, teams in college football this year in 2024. So there's too many of those categories for all these stats to name. So I'm not going to get into fine detail there today as I normally would, but you know, at least they're trying, I guess. You know, they've had a couple close calls. They probably could have a couple more wins than they do at the one they have week 1 and haven't won since. But like I said, Penn State should be able to do what they want and when they want to do it today. And it starts with running the football, starts up front, but they should be able to convert on 3rd down and also get the hell off the field defensively on 3rd down as well. And then also get after the quarterback, sack them. And then in the red zone, Penn State should also be able to convert and make stops inside the 20, get turnovers, get points off of those turnovers, and then, like I said, just run the football and work clock. So Purdue banging the drum, but Penn State's marching in, back in the win column, and still there for the taking. You know, that's just overall take care of business. You know, it's a long season. You don't know what the hell else is going to happen. Just go out and take care of business. The rest sort itself out. So we are Penn State. But, yeah, just get out healthy today. They'll have to go on the road again next week before they come home for senior day. We'll get into those 2 games later. 1-0 here today. But, you know, still, like I said, we'll see, though, just with how this game plays out. It's out on paper, it's out on the field, knowing how Penn State starts versus how they finish. So, we'll see. And then to add on to everything I said, Penn State on this very date, November the 16th, they're 15-4 all time. They've won 12 straight, as the blue and white have not lost on 11/16 since 1935. So almost 100 years. But just even with that was then, this is now, as they lost to Penn. Penn State lost to Penn then. Yeah, that Penn, the Quakers. They're taking on the Purdue Boilermakers today. So just keep doing what you're doing. Go out and play football. All right. Really not much else to be said. Kickoff should be coming up here shortly in the next 5 minutes or so. As Penn State seeking their first 4-0 start on the road since 2011, which is a little hard to believe, but at the same point in time, no. We know how 2011 went. They were, sitting pretty with one loss into mid-November, and then they fired Joe, and then they lost a few down the stretch, and the season was over. And then into 2012 and 13 with Bill O'Brien, and James Franklin's been at the helm since 2014. So, yeah, that was then. This is now too, as they did beat Purdue that year in 11, I might add, by 1 score. So, like as I said, Purdue, at least they're trying. They're not as good as they, once were. When they had Drew Brees and Kyle Orton with the basketball on grass offense that they would run inside of Ross-Ade in West Lafayette, being the better of the 2 football schools in the Big Ten between them and Indiana, obviously Notre Dame up north. But this thing, Indiana's always been a basketball state. I get you have motorsports, but just throughout time, it was Indiana basketball, and then the Colts, and then Purdue was good around late 90s, early to mid 2000s. Joe Tiller retires, and Purdue hasn't been the same since. And obviously Notre Dame's Notre Dame, and always has been, but Indiana's now 10-0, and Kirk Cignetti signed an extension, so it doesn't seem like he's going to be going anywhere in the upcoming coaching carousel. So that's the thing. Purdue football, it's like you don't want to just say, okay, that's a win, because you never know what the hell's going to happen. That's why there's upsets, but they're just not who they were. I get they were, good just a couple years ago under Jeff Brom, but then he left and went back to his alma mater, and he's got Louisville cooking some KFC chicken, just like he had Purdue blowing steam. So, Big Ten football on CBS, big time, if you will, on Channel 10 here in Central Pennsylvania. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play, watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And hopefully Penn State can take Purdue to the train station. So some highlights from all 9 games for both teams so far this season. Like I said, 2 teams opposite ends of the spectrum. Penn State's 8-1 up top. Purdue's 1-8 down at the bottom. But see what happens. That's why I play a game. So we'll first half stats and scores. We'll recap college football today. Preview still to come. Preview next week as well. So stay tuned for all that. But aerial shot, as Penn State's going to be on CBS today and also next week. So be sure to tune in 3:30 next Saturday. But yeah, take care of business here today. We'll have the coin toss, and it's Purdue going to be in their home black uniforms with gold pants. Penn State in the road whites with the blue stripe. So, Brad Nessler, former Purdue quarterback Gary Danielson on the call with Jenny Dell down the field. So show off the Big Ten standings. Yeah, Purdue's rival in Indiana, they're off today, even though they're sitting atop the Big Ten with Oregon, as they're both undefeated. And then you have Ohio State and Penn State. So Ohio State won earlier at Northwestern. They played at Wrigley, home of the Cubs. But yeah, that's the thing. Penn State, just take care of business. Be all right. So we'll see what happens. Yep. Yep. Might be snowing here next week. So, yeah, the weather changing. It finally feels like football weather, football season. Yeah, as I said, they can take care of business and not trip up. Just get a win. That's all that matters. And just be in the top 10, top 11 at the end of the season, ranking-wise. The seeds are going to be, moved around then come the bracket being revealed. But just take care of business. You're going to be in a good spot. Like, we'll get there when we get there, but it's still got to take care of business today. So we're also with Penn State Purdue. Going to be watching Nebraska USC at 4 o'clock here. Once that kicks off, ESPN, Clemson and Pitt are tied at 17 with under 3 minutes to play. Both teams in the ACC are 7-2. Former Penn State head coach Bill O'Brien and Boston College will be at SMU following this game. And then Baylor, West Virginia, along with Missouri, South Carolina. Here, 3:30, 4 o'clock, mid-afternoon window. This college football weekend, so thanks for tuning in and watching. So, yeah, Purdue's 0-3, only scored 7 points against Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Oregon. And like I said, they got shut out the other 2 games. And then as they're hosting, Penn State, they still got to play Indiana, for the old Oaken Bucket. So, well, that weather will be here, say, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday. But it might be snowing here in Central PA, Happy Valley, this time a week from now when Penn State's at Minnesota. But Penn State at Purdue today, so Penn State back deep to receive. So Purdue wanted to kick off. Looks like right to left across the double screen right now, Dial. So Penn State will be on the return. Vice versa, left to right. And it'll be a touchback. So 1st and 10 Lions. And we'll have Drew Allard with his offensive line. But Nick Singleton, who was banged up after the kickoff return for a touchdown call back last week against Washington. The fat man, Katron Allen, also in the backfield. We'll see about the wide receivers, who's it going to be, who steps up. But get 44 the ball. Get Tyler Warren the football. So 1st and 10 here for Penn State. Ball at the 25-yard line with Dinkins in motion. They'll start out with a pistol. And they'll fake the give, roll out, and get 44 the ball. Tyler Warren, 30, 35 to the 40-yard line. 1st down 8 Lions on the first play of the game, 10 seconds in. So they'll move the sticks, and one play, 1st down, and 15 yards. Keep doing it all game. Good block by Amari Evans. And obviously run the football, establish your run game, control the line of scrimmage. Wear this defense out, run to pass, pass to run. They'll toss near side the fat man, Katron Allen, for about 8 yards or so. So 2nd and short coming up, but maybe take a shot here before too long. Penn State offensively this season with explosive plays. They've had a good success rate, so they're right around midfield here. 2nd and short, and some movement up front. Might be a follow start, but Purdue might have jumped off sides. So we'll see the call. So false start on Penn State. They say everybody but the center, basically 5 yards, replay the down. So may get second and 7. So second down here after the penalty. Out of the gun. No, that was not Abdul Carter, Brad Nessler. There's double numbers in college football. Pump fake, and Al are going to keep it for himself for a yard. So 3rd and 6. I can tell you that was not Abdul Carter because he does not have dreadlocks. 3rd and 6. But yeah, they should replay some friendly fire Drew ran into by one of his own teammates on the kickoff as the return team was coming off the field and the offense was going on the field. But see, penalty just fucking killed them. Got a 2nd and 2, back up 2nd and 7, now you got 3rd and 6. Can they convert? They should be able to, but we'll see. And pass far side, complete Tyler Warren, and up to Penn State first down. They just showed the stat. Yeah, they're first in the Big Ten in third down conversion rate this season at 51%. So that's, half the time. 1% more, actually, if you want to get, down to the nitty gritty and all, as they'll go hurry up here, it looks like. First down. All in the fine print. Buellin at quarterback, going to keep it for himself, far side from the 40 to the 35, maybe high-stepped it a little bit, got a couple extra yards. Second down coming up. But Purdue, defensively on third down, they're, like I said, just not in that category, but a lot of categories. Either dead last or in the bottom of the Big Ten, let alone the whole entire country. So, 2nd and 3. So Warren in motion into the slot near side. And Aller come back near side at the 20, 15. And Warren stumbles at the 10 and brought down to 6. So they're just... it doesn't even feel like they're running full speed. They're just jogging around and, making plays. So out of the pistol, 1st and goal from the 6, handoff. As you get maybe 2-3 yards up the middle, as they showed off a replay, but then Penn State going to hurry up, so they had a double screen on the split screen, pitcher in pitcher with a live shot. And Warren will come out, Reynolds will come in, see if they can punch it in here. They're marching right into the Purdue band. Evans in motion, and he's wide open. And he catches it, and he's brought down at the 2. So 3rd and goal from the 2. Yeah, they ran him in motion, and then he gets open in the flat far side, top of your screen, and Aller hits him. But just good play recognition, good coverage by the defense, and able to wrap them up. So 3rd and 2 here from the 2. Punch it in. Come on, let's go. Got 10 seconds on the play clock. They're getting set. And roll out and caught. Touchdown. No. Fat man. Katron Allen with a 2-yard receiving touchdown. And, out of the pistol. It looked maybe miscommunication with the fake. But, no, that seemingly was designed. I'm just going to run out here in the flat. Quarterback's going to spin. And, he's wide open. So dump it off to him. He walks in, touchdown. So touchdown Penn State with 10:08 to play in this first quarter. And the Lions lead by 6. Extra point here to come by come on down Ryan Barker. Snap, hold, kick, all good. 7-0 blue and white. As they go 75 and about 5 and put up 6, make it 7. So Drew Aller, 2-yard passing touchdown to the fat man, Katron Allen for 6. We'll take a commercial break, get back to the action here shortly. Defense will be out there when we come back, so we'll see if the defense can make some stops. But if they can do that all game with what they just did there on that drive, yeah, the penalty hurt them there a little bit, but they got out of the jam and continued to drive downfield and score. It seems like they're just going through the fucking motions like it does. I hate to, shit on Purdue defensively that way, but that's what it felt like watching that. Like Warren was like literally just jogging to get open and catching it and still fucking jogging after you ran it because they're not catching up to him tackling. But what matters is they still punched it in for 6. So yeah, touchdown. But see the defense get after the quarterback, obviously stop the run. Purdue's -7 in the turnover margin. All right, so just keep that in mind. Can Penn State get a turnover or 2 today and get some points off of it, just to add on to what they're going to do in all 3 phases, for that matter, offense, defense, and special teams, for God's sakes. So, yeah, so it gives. I wasn't sure someone will, but if they can do that all game, which they won't, I know they won't, but if they can keep it up, just slow and steady wins the race. Obviously, if you can also get out to, a decent-sized lead sometime in the second half, it's going to be one of those games you're getting backups in. I get travel team, you're on the road, only scholarship guys are going, but you can get some guys some quality playing time today, potentially. Get some reps, get some experience. And then just over time, that's going to matter. That'll add up and count. So leave it at that. We'll see what happens. But Purdue's got some good vendors. And if you're hungry or thirsty. And Gabe Owusu, big 99, will kick off for Penn State. So we'll see what Purdue's got, but we know how this Penn State defense is, and always has been. Like, Penn State defense is Penn State defense. You know exactly what you're going to get. But then the defense so far, they signal fair catch. So 1st and 10 and 25 for the Boilermakers, down 7 here. 7-0 Penn State. It's the Penn State defense in the second half. It's, not cracking, but cracking down. They're locking down and making stops, making plays when needed. That's what I said. Even with a lead, you're on the road. Talked about earlier, run the football, with the running game. Just work clock. Like, get out healthy, get some guys some playing time if it comes down to it. But not saying call me the breeze just yet, but come on, defense, let's go. 1st and 10 Purdue from the 25. Toss far side, and 8 yards on the run. Obviously, Penn State defensively has also had trouble making tackles this season for whatever fucking reason. You would think of all teams in the country, just throughout time, that they would know how to tackle, especially in the open field. But they've had trouble doing that. Component that helps them out today, as quick pass near side, 1st down at the 40. with Wheatley on the tackle. So 1st and 10, Purdue under 10 here to play. 7-0 Penn State, just now tuning in. But it's Tom Allen, Penn State's defense coordinator. Not the toll man, Tim Allen, but Tom Allen, the former Indiana head coach. And obviously knows Purdue well, being in state with him in the conference. And, you know, the rivalry game at the end of the season. And slant over the middle, tipped. So incomplete. Little, good they made a play on it, but a little surprising they actually did because of Penn State also this season. King should have had that picked. But they've also had trouble covering the slant over the middle of the seat here for whatever reason. Like, it's there literally every game, all game long, regardless of who they're playing. Like, it doesn't matter. But 2nd and 10 here. And Carr going to get sacked. Deny Dennis Sutton. And 3rd and long. So, as mentioned, coming up here, we'll be watching Nebraska and USC. Clemson just scored on Pitt, 24-20 with about a minute change to play. Pitt getting the ball back, though, with minute 16 officially and 2 timeouts to go score a touchdown and win it. Obviously, field goal ain't going to cut it. And then, like I said, Baylor, West Virginia, Missouri, South Carolina as well. 3rd and 15 after the sack. They bring pressure, and screen falls incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. So, yeah, they gave up 1st down there, but defense holds and gets the hell off the field. And Penn State can get the ball back. And Zion Tracy back deep to receive. See if they can get a decent return here. Had a kickoff return for a touchdown to begin the second half last week, but got called back because of a penalty, so almost blocked the punt. And it's going to bounce inside the 10 and down to the 7. So 1st and 10, Penn State from there, up 7, 8:05 to play. Here in the first. So, yeah, about a hand away from a block. They've come close on a few of them. They got screwed by it at Wisconsin in their last road game. And then Wisconsin got 3 points out of that, if you recall. And then, you know, for a time throughout that game, that was the difference. But once Penn State came back and won that, lost and won, and then here we are today. But yeah, they've been able to run the football, they've been able to pass the football, make stops defensively, make kicks, but it's in the return game is the one aspect of football for them this year that they haven't been able to do at all. There's been no return game. Except last week, beginning the second half against UW, they had a kickoff return about 100 yards for a touchdown, but they got called back with a hold. And it was a holding. It was a good call. If only they would have, one, not called it, but if Luke Reynolds, who got called on the hold, wouldn't have drove him into the ground, I don't know if they would have called it. They might have, they might not have, though. You don't know. But that's what did it end, because he literally drove him to the ground. If he would have lifted, like right as he was running by him, then, it's probably a touchdown. And then that's the one return, kickoff, punt return they have, because they haven't been able to get any return whatsoever. So, obviously now going to have to start backed up to the end zone. Ways to go, but they really haven't had trouble for the most part of the season, being stuck, backed up. They've been able to move the football. So just run it, get this run game going, get it established, work some clock, add on to your lead. I'll take a field goal if it comes down to it. 10-0's 2 scores, 14's even better. But that's what I said. If they can just keep, doing what they're doing, do what they did on that opening offensive drive, and defensively, make the stop they just did, and just building blocks, keep doing it. You're going to have a house by the end of this game and a win. And then you can go to sleep and get ready for next week. So, yeah.
Here's what I will say. No team in the Big Ten plays more man-to-man coverage so far than Purdue does. And you look at those tight ends right there. When you get that wide open as a tight end, those are
So 1st and 10 here, Penn State from the 7-yard line.
They're all going to be great at the next level as well. You and I were talking before the game. You said Kansas City won him after Kelsey's done playing. Coach Reed would do it.
And Aller fakes it, dumps off to Warren. He's going to lose 2, so back to the 5 they go. 2nd and 12.
that time, Dylan Thiemann comes up, fills that lane. I mean, in one of those years, we might have saw him at his frustrating most, right? That game against Notre Dame. You always talk about, look at this crowd right here. For a 1-8 football team, if I'm a Purdue backer, I'm proud of how they support the team. And that's why.
Yeah, crowd's filed in. I mean, there's a lot of blue and white on the road today, which is no surprise. But, Purdue faithful, it is senior day, showing up to support their Boilermakers. So, Singleton, as he made his collegiate debut, as did Drew Aller, week 1 on a Thursday night back in 2022 at Purdue. As Penn State scored a go-ahead game-winning touchdown with about a minute to play and held on to win. And now, here we are 2 years later, 3 seasons into 24 as they're true juniors. And 3rd and 2 coming up here for Penn State from the 15. Bubble screen, far side, complete. Tyler Warren got a good block to the 24-yard line, 1st and 10. Yeah, just keep giving the ball. And then guess what? They're going to cover Warren, and then they're going to take a shot, and somebody's going to be wide-ass open. And then it's going to help out in the run game. But 1st and 10. And Aller, far side, complete. Singleton, 1st down, and just boom, boom, boom. No knockout punches like last night, but just, they're making it look easy. 1st and 10. Aller going to keep it for himself on a design run. Gets to the 42. 1st down, make it 2nd and 5. Empty set. Singleton going to motion back into the backfield and run it. 3rd and about a yard. A long one coming up. So, see they convert here again on 3rd and short. Clemson's going to beat Pitt 24-20. So Boston College, SMU next, along with Nebraska, USC. And then, like I said, as Penn State 3rd and 1, gets a 1st down, Singleton far side. Also Baylor and West Virginia, who's looking to become bowl eligible, which would be good for Penn State. I think Lions beat the Mountaineers week 1. Which is also the last time that August 31st, that was the last time Purdue won as well. They've lost every game since, as mentioned. And then Missouri, South Carolina is coming up shortly as well. Those are going to be the games we're watching here, 3:30, 4 o'clock. Meantime, though, main attention always on the blue and white. First and 10, Penn State out of the pistol from the 47. Aller wants to go deep, avoids a sack, somehow is going to get a first down and then some, and then out of bounds. And where's the late hit? No fucking penalty on that? All right, whatever. Should have been sacked right there, and right there. And he avoided all of it. Just kept running. Looking like Roethlisberger out there on that run. Just won't go down. And stayed in bounds, got a first down, and then some, about a almost 15-yard run. And he's gotten better at that this season, and that's just tucking and running. Nobody's open. Hey, take what the defense gives you. They toss far side, fat man Katron Allen inside the 20, the 15, and hey, guess what? Another Penn State first down.
There's not anything close to being stopped here by this.
Yeah, they're blowing this defense just like a fucking tumbleweed in the desert. Just out of the way. So first and 10.
They're having their way with this Purdue defense.
Punch it in. Let's go. Another 5+ minute drive here that's hopefully going to end in points. From the 15, first and 10. Aller. Caught. Touchdown, Tyler Warren. And Penn State now leads 13-0 with 2:31 to play in this opening quarter. 2 drives, 2 touchdown drives. Yep, that's a touchdown. And this is going to go a good 90+ for 6. And they're controlling the clock. Like Purdue got what? 1 first down and then had to punt. Penn State's, they'll show the time possession stat here in a minute. It's going to be like 10, 12, something, you know, to whatever the difference is going to be then at that point, you know, come the end of the first quarter, once we get into the second quarter. Like, and no wonder, because they've just been able to drive and score. Yeah, exactly. They're doing what they want and when they want to do it. And they're, hey, getting away with it because Purdue cannot fucking stop them. So 14-0. Hopefully we don't pass out sometime soon, but yeah, pull some stats here. Now we got a couple scores on the board and some plays run. Purdue's not going to have a damn thing, so sorry if you're interested in that. Get to that later, but Penn State on the flip side, Drew Aller with now 2 passing touchdowns, 1 to the fat man, 1 to 44. Officially, as I await these to load. There we go. He's perfect. 10 of 10, 116 yards, and the 2 passing touchdowns as mentioned. The first one for 2 yards to Katron Allen, and the last one to Tyler Warren. So Singleton, 3 carries, 21 yards. Aller, 3 of 20 on the ground. The fat man has 2 carries, 10 yards. Has a receiving touchdown. As he has 2 catches, 20 yards. And then the receiving touchdown as well. But then Warren, we're not even 13 minutes into this game. And Tyler Warren has 6 catches for 81 yards and that touchdown to go up 14 now. So yeah, Aller, 10 of 10, 116 yards and 2 touchdowns. 1 to Allen and 1 to Warren. Singleton, 3 of 21. Aller, 3 of 20 on the ground. Fat man, 2 of 10. Perbula has a carry for 7 yards. Yeah, Tyler Warren, 6 catches, 81 yards and a touchdown. The fat man, Katron Allen, 2 of 20 and a touchdown. Singleton, 1 of 13. Omari Evans has a catch for 2 yards. Penn State denied a Sutton DDS has a sack, which got Purdue into a 3rd and long, and then they, you know, had to punt, and then Penn State just went on a 90+ yard touchdown drive to now go up 14. So, yeah, time of possession here, 13 minutes in, 2:31 to play in the first. It's 10-26 Penn State to 2:03 for Purdue. So, had one penalty for 6 yards, but Purdue only has 10 total yards, 7 of them passing, 3 of them on the ground, where Penn State has 174. And they're 4-4 on third down with 9 first downs. So 14-0 blue and white. And defense going to be back out in the field. So here we go. So Penn State kicks off. And a return from about the 8-yard line. And Zion Tracy with a big tackle at the 24. So Nebraska USC has kicked off, as has Boston College and SMU. And then, yeah, we'll be floating back and forth with Baylor, West Virginia, and Missouri, South Carolina. But 1st and 10 here for Purdue, now down 14 to begin their second drive. So, see what happens. And they'll run a draw. And Jalen Reed with Kimber on the tackle. About the 28-yard line or so. Second down. No gain. The ball come out? Yeah. Is that a Penn State fumble? No. 3rd and 5. It looked like he was going to get a couple yards on that, but they ended up holding him back and stuffing him. No gain. Yeah. So 3rd and 5. No gain on the play. Man, they haven't converted yet today, and they're not good at it throughout the season, as they just mentioned, as we talked about earlier. Because it's like everything. They're either, like I said, dead last, just not in the conference or in the bottom, but the whole entire country. Pass far side, incomplete, 4th down, they'll punt. So Penn State can get the ball back, and I mean, shit, this keeps up. They might have fucking 50 minutes of time possession and, 10 times that points on the board by the time this game's over. Jesus Christ. As I said, if this keeps up, come second half, you're running the football, you're working clock, you're getting playing time for a lot of guys. 4th down. And Purdue, well, as they did on the opening drive, punted, that's what they'll do here. Penn State, see if they can block it. They almost did on the first one. Nope. Safe it, and fair catch of the 29. So, and take a break or stick with it. Looks like we're going to take a commercial break. And I guess probably guarantee you, probably guarantee you. Yeah, Purdue doesn't want to play today. They just want to bang on that fucking drum all day. They're down 14-0. We're probably going to get a shit ton of fucking commercial breaks the way this game's going. Just so it ain't over by fucking 5 o'clock. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. It seems like it's going to get ugly here before too long. It does, just because it's a 6-minute game, but man, this is, like, they have nothing. Not a damn thing they're capable of doing. Got 1 first down. They have 10 fucking yards. That's it. 10. Total. That's not on one play. That's total. And they've had 2 drives now with that 1 first down. So, what? A good probably 8, 9, 10 plays at that. So do the math. That's about a yard a play. you know, but still nothing, you know, into Penn State territory. 2 punts. Penn State going to start with some better starting field position on this drive. I will say that. But they were still able to drive and score off the last one anyway, so that doesn't matter. So that's the thing. You're at 14. You're on the road. Run the football, work clock, get out healthy, get some guys some playing time, and just. I mean, you can't help that they're 1-8. You know, like I said, you know, they have had a tough year. They've had a tough schedule, playing a lot of top 5, top 10 opponents, and not doing much against any of them. You know, getting shut out against 2 of them, only 7 points against the other here today, and still got to play one. But they still haven't been able to win the other games either. You know, so it's just, man. Yeah, we might be yawning here by halftime, if not sooner. But 55 seconds to play here in the first. Penn State up 14, 1st and 10 at the 28, 29, 30-yard line on that punt. Might have to go get a fucking blizzard to keep us awake. Okay, the offense can move the football and, hey, go drive and score some more points. Just don't do anything stupid. You know, you had a fucking false start called against you. It's the only penalty called in this game by either team. Backed up, you were still able to drive, but Usvegion in motion and ate shit because he couldn't hit the block. So that's not going on the highlight reel. All his other blocks that he puts people on their ass will, but not that one. He stumbled and he pancaked himself. Yeah, might have to eat some of those too to stay awake in this game. But yeah, just don't do anything stupid. You know, don't start shooting yourselves in the foot. No penalties, no turnovers. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep moving the fucking football. All right, get more first downs. 2nd and 10 after that pass was incomplete. Aller's pass near side complete. Harrison Walls. And he gets about 7 or so. Be 3rd and short. 3rd and 2 officially, they say. 3rd and 2. Be a long 2. And the Purdue horn. There's a train coming. See if Penn State can jackknife it with Purdue in at quarterback, and about a second difference between the game clock and play clock. They technically don't have to snap. The game clock's going to expire before the play clock, but they do snap it, and they lose 2, so it'll be 4th down to end 1, going in the second quarter, and Penn State will have to punt for the first time here today. Like, enough of the east-west bullshit. Go north-south. I mean, come on. I get you want to try to get some, space to work with, but it starts up front. So, yeah, end of the first, Penn State leads Purdue 14-0. Just think, if they wouldn't have snapped it, they'd still have a 3rd and 2, begin the second up 14. Because the play clock was a half second to a second behind the game clock. The game clock was going to expire first, if you go back and watch it. But they snapped it. What can you do? And that's that. And they lose a couple, and yeah. So they'll punt. At least you have a lead.
personalized service.
And custom rings.
We can customize rings, or we can modify existing rings to make the perfect piece exactly how you want it. We often have customers come in who have a specific vision on what they're looking for, and we can customize an engagement ring, make drawings from start to finish exactly what they want
Our goal is to give somebody a full-service experience.
at a great value.
Wood is good at Bald Eagle Pellet Company. Smoky meats with 100% natural hardwood barbecue pellets. Multiple flavors, sold by the bag at Bald Eagle Pellet Company in Tyrone.
Holiday shopping starts at Harper's, downtown State College.
Beginning the second quarter, it'll be Penn State with a 4th down at 14. And they will punt. So Mick Dundee, Riley Thompson from down under, the FAU transfer. Gonna boom it to the 24-yard line, or it's fair caught, and it'll be 1st and 10. Boiler up. See if the defense can just continue to make stops. You know, like I said, I don't care really what the final score is. Just win. I mean, the way this is going, though, yeah, it's gonna be right around, if not more than what the spread is. You would think, at least, just right now, but you never know. We'll see. From the 24, that's why you play the game. I run a draw and a 1st down run. DDS, among a few other Penn Staters, on a gang tackle at the 40. Good 15, 16-yard run for a Purdue 1st down. So we move the sticks, and I mean, all they need is, you know, something to go their way, and try to do something off of it. I mean, that's a decent run, but remember on the opening drive they had a 1st down and then nothing. And then their second drive was 3 and out. So there's a 1st down, 1st and 10 at the 41. You know, it's what's next now. And another run up the middle. It's a 2nd down. And they'll run again. And now he's short about a yard, be 3rd and 1. And you got to hit the hole and go, and he did. So I mean, you got to give him credit. Just see if the defense can make some stops here. Watch a pass. But they're running it as well as they are, so they'll run it again. And 3rd and 1, they'll run it up the middle and get a 1st down. So just watch a deep ball. Just watch a deep ball. Because Hudson Card played at Texas, and before he got run out of town and transferred to Purdue, I mean, Purdue has had a cradle of quarterbacks. You know, like, he can sling it. It's just overall Boilermakers as a team, they can't put shit together. They're not that good. It's, as I said, 8-1 to 1-8. Like, writing's on the fucking wall. 2nd and 6. Tight end in motion. And they'll just keep running it because Penn State can't stop it. Reed, a few others. Smith Vilbert, DDS on the stop. 3rd and yard again. See if they can convert. And once again with Penn State just throughout the season having some trouble with tackling. You know, whether it's run, pass, whatever. Just, yeah. Play clock winding down. Might have called timeout. 2, 1, they get it off. Late whistle, though. They probably gave it to him. Or timeout rather than delay a game. So they'll take a TV timeout with it. And 11 minutes to play in the half. Penn State leads 14-0. And be 3rd and a yard rather than 3rd and 6 when we come back. And it looked like they had them stuffed, too. So it would have been 4th down. Penn State gets the ball back. But sideline called the timeout. We'll live to play another down here. They'll retry it when we come back. So leave it at that and we'll see what happens. But just thanks once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Link in the description below. As Nebraska's up on USC. Just had a pick 6 for a touchdown. BC SMU at break. You can score there shortly, and same thing with the other 2 games. So everything's at a commercial break right now. Now back from break, there's former Penn State head football coach Bill O'Brien, now at BC, and in the ACC at SMU, who's still undefeated in conference, and they're up 10-0 on Boston College to begin the 2nd quarter. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, but this Penn State, I don't care what it takes, just get out of the win. Their last offensive drive, it was, all right, it stalled, nothing, at least you have 14, because then if not, it's like, well, this game's still going to, you know, come down to right before halftime and then into the second half with some momentum, you know, and then roll from there. But defensively right now in this drive, they just got to get the hell off the field. I mean, they've given up a couple first downs and got another 3rd and short. So Purdue's just been running it down their throat, and they have momentum, and yeah, why throw? But watch for the throw. That's the thing, because they're running as good as they are. So catch them off guard. We'll see what happens. So 3rd and a yard from the 39. And they will run a pass. And it's just a bootleg, and he gets it. And then a big hit by Jalen Reed and Tony Rojas. Yeah, they haven't thrown once. It's just run. Got sandwiched. And Jalen Reed is down injured, so hopefully he's okay. Obviously, they already lost KJ Winston in the secondary earlier this season, and Reed's been back there sort of by himself with just a committee of DBs. Like, nobody really is, other than A.J. Harris at corner with Kimber every once in a while. Wheatley making some stops every once in a while too, but Elliott Washington, he comes to mind. In the second halves of games. Really, well, Zion Tracy, they've got him going in the return game. Yeah, thank you, Gary Danielson. But yeah, just see if, Purdue takes a shot now with him out, or Penn State can get after him. Pass complete, first down near side 20, 15, missed tackles, and down to the 7 he goes, first and goal. But then who steps up in the secondary? If Reed's not coming back, I mean, that'll be a blow in the back end for sure. It looks like he just got, a helmet-to-helmet hit, might be concussed. Obviously don't speculate with injuries, but he pointed his head. Step out here. No. I said missed tackle after missed tackle after missed tackle. It's been like that all year. Especially in the open field. They can't wrap them up. And now Purdue going to try to cut this lead. Whether it's a field goal, whether it's a touchdown. And they'll run it up the middle and down to the 5. So second goal from there. Yeah, there's Mills, there's DeJuan Lane, who was the one who was supposed to come in for Winston, and then played very little. They're trying to find, even though they have depth, they're trying to find somebody else in the secondary. With Winston out and now Reed out. Pass, back of the end zone. Dumbass. He literally thought he was in bounds too when he fucking caught it. Yeah. That's just a piss poor. Yeah, Pylon's going to be behind you or the side of you, buddy, not in front of you. That pass is going to be incomplete. It's going to be an illegal touch because there's a penalty on the play. Yeah, he's out of bounds. It's incomplete. Third down. That's just bad by the grounds crew. Why the fuck do you have the whole entire sideline, other than the white on the sideline, but in the end zones? Like, this ain't the fucking Rose Bowl. And A.J. Harris is looking at him like, what the fuck? The ref threw his flag and his hat. So incomplete third and goal, but it's just confusion. Why would you, paint the outside the same color as the end zone to think it is the end zone, but it's not. Obviously the receiver did. That pass incomplete near side, fourth down. They'll have to kick field goal here from the 5-yard line. About 23-yarder. 23-yarder. 8:51 to play in the half, but yeah, the receiver literally thought he caught it in bounds in the end zone for a touchdown until he realized, oh shit, no, I didn't catch it for a touchdown. I caught it out of bounds. It's incomplete, and then an incompletion there. Penn State brought some pressure, fourth down, and Purdue will kick field goal. So, the fourth and goal from the right hash. Yeah, 23-yard field goal. Chip shot. About an extra point. Kicks, almost blocked. But it's up in good. Purdue with 3. So they cut the lead to 11, but Penn State still up 2 scores here, 14-3. Going to get the ball back, 8:47 to play, 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. To go, try to drive and score here before half. Obviously, Purdue will get the ball back to begin the second half because they kicked off to begin the game. Penn State received, drove 75 yards and scored. Got the ball back, drove 90-plus yards and scored, and then punted, and then Purdue just went kicked the field goal. So that's where we're at, 14-3 if you're just not tuning in. But, just give up 3 rather than touchdown, no doubt about it, especially when the guy was sort of wide open in the back corner. Luckily, he was out of bounds and he caught it. So they catch one there, and 2 plays later, forced field goal. So 14-3 offensively, you're going to get the ball back. Hey, like I said, you have a lead. You're on the road. You're already controlling the clock. Continue to run the football and continue to control the line of scrimmage and the clock, all right? Go drive and score some more fucking points. Obviously, yeah, take a shot before too long. But keep getting Tyler Warren the football. They need somebody to step up wide receiver. Like, and game like this today, you would think maybe they figure out who that is. But we've been saying that now for just not all this season, but it was all last season too. And it's just same old, and they don't, even with the depth receiver. And that's why they got to run, 11, 12, 13, 14 personnel and, power this, power that with the tight ends and run the football. Because at times the tight end, Tyler Warren's the number one fucking receiver. But, Wallace had a decent game last week. He's been the one, but they need, as Fleming's good in the blocking game, him to step up. His first Penn State touchdown last week as well, I might add. Mari Evans, Liam Clifford behind, among a few others, but really don't care who it is. It's a team sport. No I in team. Just go play Penn State football. All right. And this would be one of those games too, if you can continue to tack on to what you have and not run the score up, but put it to them. So I get it's not a better team at 4, 5, 6 wins right now. Purdue's 1-8, you're 8-1, but it's just find a way to win. That's all that matters. That's all anybody cares about. Because if somehow they end up, not necessarily losing this game, as there's the Boilermaker mascot and his hard hat. Must be a Steeler fan waving his terrible towel there on the big board. And Penn State going to get a yellow flag to go their way as well. Kickoff out of bounds and be 1st and 10 Penn State, the 35, 40-yard line. Why are we talking about The Undertaker? That guy for Purdue does not look a damn thing fucking like The Undertaker. Well, come on, Penn State. Let's fucking drive and score here and put Purdue to sleep, make them rest in peace. Wildcat, Singleton up in the middle for about a yard, maybe 2. So 2nd down. But yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. Hand off. Another 4 or 5 yards, 3rd down coming up, I'd say. And about 4, yeah. Third and 3, I'll take it, even better. 8 minutes to play. Just convert. Warren going to motion in. And Aller looking his way, but he's going to tuck it and run on a pump fake and dive, and they'll push the pile, but he's not going to get it. And yeah, Purdue now on back-to-back drives defensively have made stops and forced Penn State punts. So you have a 14-0 lead, and then you can't get a yard, and you punt, and now same thing. 3 yards, but still. They got 2, 4th and yard, maybe try to get them to jump. Are they going to go for it here? They are. And they'll motion out Warren in the gun. And it's a designed run for him, and he's going to get it. 1st down, Penn State, out past midfield. There you go. All right. Yeah, they motioned out of the gun. Warren behind center, Singleton to his right, Dinkins on the line at tight end, and yeah, just design run up the middle, and he got a first down. But they had two receivers top your screen, and that's where Aller went. Who's down? Injured Nittany Lion. I can't tell a number. 56 is, yeah, JB. Looks like they'll take a commercial break here with the injury. So they'll fade to black. We'll get back to it here shortly. 6:56 to play, or 6:46 to play, excuse me, in the first half. Penn State first and 10 after the fourth down conversion. And an 11.14-3 lead. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning on their side. But yeah, they had two receivers top your screen as well. And they stayed put, but Aller motioned out behind him, but he was a good probably 8 yards deep. It's like, all right, well, they could run a double pass here. You know, Warren gets the snap, throws it back to him, and then somebody else is going deep. Similar play to the Penn State at USC game a month ago. Speaking of the Trojans, they're tied now with the Cornhuskers at 7 from SoCal. You know, obviously that Tyler Warren snap and catch of a touchdown on the same play against USC was he lined up under center, literally ran middle field, and it was a double pass. It was snapped for Piola, who then threw it to Aller, and then Aller chucked it deep. And Warren caught it in double coverage touchdown, and that was the spark that got Penn State back in the USC game. Because it was on the opening drive of the second half as they were down, 20-6, I believe. They're down 2 scores. 20-10, whatever it was. But obviously they came back and, you know, Barker in overtime game-winning field goal. And had a missed kick recently, but has gotten back in the groove. I'll take a field goal if it comes down to it here. I mean, 14-3, go up 17-3. You're back up 14 as you were. You know, you even it out with a field goal. I mean, even if you drive them to score a touchdown, you're up 18. That's still 3 scores. The pressure's on them, you know, to continue to get stops. Which, I mean, you got to give Purdue credit defensively there. They had them stopped for the second consecutive drive. Penn State decided to go for it on 4th and yard rather than punt again, and they get it. And it's that, you know, direct snap, whether it's to the running back, whether it's to, you know, the tight end and Tyler Warren, as they've been doing, and then just a run, which they just did again, and then they get a first down. So here's a replay. J.B. Nelson. Looks like his left leg got rolled up. Hopefully he's okay. And Oos Vegayon 71 at left guard now. So they'll motion out in the same fucking play again. They just ran on 4th and yard. On 1st and 10, they'll run a double pass. Here we go. And come back to Warren. And he's got Greengrass in front of him to the 20, 15, 10, down to the 7. What was I just talking about? And, I mean, shit, he had a man wide open deep down the middle. Yeah. It was literally the same play they just ran on 4th and a yard. They're running on 1st and 10. But they had the tight end on the other side. And he was the one wide. Oh, my God, throwing the fucking ball. Handoff, though, on the very next play. Singleton walks in, touchdown Penn State. So they're up 20-3 now, extra point to come. So, all right, we're going to recap all that here in a minute. Just hold on. But talk about a sequence for a good chunk of yards. A 4th down conversion that's going to end up 2 plays later in 6. And officially a 10-yard touchdown run for number 10, Nick Singleton.
A 10-yard scamper for the touchdown to cap a 65-yard drive.
So 20-3 with 6:04 to play in the half. Oh shit! Penn State might even get the ball back again here before halftime to add on to their lead. That's now 21-3. So Tyler Warren having himself a game, and Singleton now he gets a touchdown. Remember, Penn State's first 2 touchdowns were passing touchdowns. That's a rushing touchdown from 10 yards out. Update some stats. Quarter 5, sun's going down. Feels like fucking 10 o'clock. 21-3 now, Penn State. If these will load. Give it a minute. Come on. Well, I mean, quick commercial break. All right, so we'll get back to it. Let these load. Yeah, Penn State's had the ball 4 times. They scored on 3 of those drives for 21 points. And only given up 3. So, they go for it on 4th and yard. That's when it started. And the play call was, well, seemingly I thought a double pass. And sure enough, that's what that fucking play is. But it has an option to it. You know, it's, all right, see what the defense is doing. Like, they literally ran on back-to-back plays. They didn't wait to save it till later in the game. Yeah. But they threw the comeback on the pass near side rather than going deep on the second play. I mean, it could have been a deep ball on a touchdown. Could have been a passing touchdown to Warren with a convoy in front of him, but then he's brought down to the 10-yard line a play later. Singleton walks in, touchdown. So we'll let the reset button go back to that here in a minute. I mean, if you know, you know. If you saw what I just saw, you saw it too. So 1st and 10 from the 25, but Purdue going to run it. Loss of 3. 2nd down and long. See if the defense here can get a stop. Get the ball back. Some time and timeouts in their pocket to, you know, hey, go drive and score again before halftime, because then you're not going to get the ball back until early to mid-3rd quarter, because Purdue deferred and kicked off, and you got the ball to receive to begin the game. So 2nd and long. Because it's just all Penn State. It is. That's a hold. Oh my God. Where's the fucking flag? Pass over the middle, caught, 1st down. I probably just feel bad for him. But still, he called what? 2 penalties, 1 on each. The false start on Penn State, and then the illegal catch, legal touch. But a 1st down here, Purdue. Under 5 to play. They got 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning themselves to go do something here. To then also get the ball back to begin the 2nd half. So, you know, 21-3 might be what a max, 21-17. Hopefully not. So 2nd down. .409 counting to play. Card getting pressured, avoids a sack, avoids another sack, gets rid of it as it gets hit. That's intentional grounding because there's nobody in the area and the ball did not get back to the line of scrimmage, but no penalty. Jesus Christ. And how's that not a hold? I mean, good God. 3rd down. Clock stops. 4:01 to play with the incompletion. And they'll bring pressure off the edge. Going deep far side. It's incomplete. Good coverage. And, yeah, no penalty. Good coverage. A little bump and run. Ain't going to call that. No way. So Penn State can get the ball back with 3:56. Well, we'll see how long this punt takes. less than 10 seconds. But time and timeouts with 2-minute warning to go tack on their lead before half. Take a field goal, take a touchdown. Block the punt. Oh, my. Fair catch. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the blue and white. They can take another commercial break? No. Gonna give us the season's surprises with the ups and downs. Well, we've talked college football to this point. We know all that. We'll get into all that later too. Purdue in at quarterback on 1st and 10, hands off to the fat man, Katron Allen, 1st down, Penn State to the 38. Obviously, CPS is just trying to buy themselves some fucking time. And they know this game's a blowout. And Purdue could have kept for himself and could have been off to the races too, I might add. But 1st and 10 here for Penn State. Work that clock. Don't snap it until you have to. They do work better hurry up. And here's the same formation they ran the double pass on. And it's a direct snap to the fat man this time, and Purdue read it right away and tackled him in the backfield for loss. So, obviously, all right. Push that to the side. Don't run that again today. I mean, you're probably not going to be able to run that the rest of the fucking year, for that matter. Because you got away with running it twice. Let alone on back-to-back plays in the same game, which doesn't happen. And have success with that. So... yeah, getting as they'll run it up the middle, be 3rd and about 8. Getting too invested in it, getting too involved. It's like, no, slow down, just back to basics. Third and 8, they go hurry up. They're not going to snap it. They'll take this 2-minute warning. They got all day on the play clock. 2:05, 2:04, 2:03, 2:02, 2:01, and 2 minutes to play in the half. Penn State leads Purdue 21-3. And it took the refs another 5 fucking minutes to blow the whistle to actually realize, oh shit, we're at the 2-minute warning. They're even fucking sleepwalking because this game is a blowout. At least turn it into one. So, commercial break, we'll get back action shortly. But yeah, Penn State just putting it to them. Had one bad drive, but then got the ball back, scored, ball back again here, hoping to score again before halftime. Yeah, that play they ran the 4th down conversion on, and then the touchdown, or the play before the touchdown. I mean, it could have been a touchdown. He was wide open. Or if he had broken on a tackle, they still ran it anyway. Another play later, anyway, touchdown. Yeah, running that a little too much. Just take it easy with it. Slow down. You know, there's other plays in the playbook. If I'd have to guess, so yeah, just keep doing what you're doing on football. I mean, 2 timeout or 2 minutes to play and 3 timeouts, excuse me. I mean, that's an eternity. And you got a short field to work with because you're right around midfield here. So you should be able to go get some points now before halftime. At least I hope you get some before halftime because you're not getting the ball back, like I said, again, until the early mid-third quarter, depending on the defensive stop by Penn State against Purdue to begin the second half. So it's just be 20 minutes of real time, be another couple minutes into the second half. But yeah. Just the two of us. Yep. So 3rd down and 7. Obviously got to convert here, but like I said, you're right around midfield with you got the ball at the 45-yard line with 2 minutes and 3 timeouts in your pocket. So. Ball at the 41, excuse me. Ball at the 41. 3rd and 7 out of the gun. Trip, stop your screen. And Aller dumps it off to Allen. And he ain't going to get it. 4th down. They'll wind the clock, so Purdue's going to have to call a timeout if they want to. He had Fleming over the middle on a cross route. I don't know why I didn't fucking throw it to him far side. They show a replay, but yeah, fucking Jesus. I get take what the defense gives you, but you run a little too much of this, run a little too much of that. They're eventually going to stop you. So we got a timeout on the field. Minute 34 to play. I don't know who called it. I would think it had to have been Purdue. Why the hell did Penn State stop the clock? Unless there's an injury. But they'll, guess what, take another commercial break. Because the game's been playing out this way, since the start. And it's 21-3, so like I said, they're just buying time with time for commercials. So they can't do anything before half. Defense, maybe to get another stop somehow, maybe a turnover would be nice. Yeah, they'll punt. First punt in last 7 quarters. Hey, CBS, they punted in the first quarter. Like, come on. Wrong time to show that fucking stat. And fielded the 10. So, 1st and 10 Purdue from around there, 10, 11, 12-yard line. 1st and 10. See the defense get off the field. Give up nothing before halftime. You don't want to give up a touchdown. Because you don't want to give up a touchdown early 3rd quarter because you're already up 4, 21-17. All right, if you give up anything, give up a field goal. Give up 2 field goals. 21-6, 21-9. Don't give up a combination of a field goal and a touchdown either. Because then it's still a one-score game. 21, 10, 21-13. Give a field goal. That's it, if anything. And then another field goal. But that's the thing with a combination. You don't give a field goal now and then touchdown later, or touchdown now and field goal later. But overall, you don't give anything. So make a fucking stop here before halftime. 1st and 10, and how do you not tackle him there? How did he not get sacked? He should have been tackled in the next week. And he completely ate shit and missed him and fell down and didn't even tackle his ankles. And Bill O'Brien's heated, pissed off as I am. How the fuck did he not tackle him? But he's arguing with the refs, and rightfully so, because they're on the road and getting beat, but they're also not playing that well. Normally you see black ski mask, not white ski mask, but we are Penn State. 2nd down here and 10 for Purdue. And tackle for loss, and I did a Sutton. Timeout with 1:11. Be 3rd and long. And then call another one here. If you get a stop, force a punt, get the ball back with about a minute and a timeout in your pocket. You had to go do something. So timeout Penn State, and that's smart. Still holding the 21-3 lead. Obviously want to keep some time, on the clock for themselves, so we'll see.
Thank you. But I don't think they take that here. Of course they take Discover. It's accepted at 99% of places. 99%? I didn't know that. You're stuck in the past. You look rad.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide. Earn cash back at all of them.
Third down and about 12 coming up for Purdue. And Penn State still has timeouts.
Purdue wide receiver has not caught a ball yet. All from the tight end, Claire.
Claire, 3 catches, 51 yards. That's all the receiving on Cards. 3 of 11.
Third down and long, and down the middle, it's caught. First down. So let the clock run. They don't have a timeout to stop it. Collins on the coverage.
To get out there and make the play in the secondary. Good protection, good completion.
So yeah, under a minute to play here in the first half. Penn State leads 21-3. Purdue to get the ball to begin the second half. They got a 1st and 10 here with a timeout from the 29-yard line. Looking to drive and score. Carter was being held, still got to him, forced a incompletion far side. So incomplete, second down and 10 with 41 seconds.
Remember, his first game of his career was here against Purdue, a 5-star linebacker at that time.
Targeting foul that, didn't
He
he?
did. Yep. He played one play in that game.
Yep.
Yeah, he's playing every play like it's his last right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's going to be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. There's no doubt about that. And you can rush the passer with that type of quickness off the edge.
Or that Micah Parsons number.
So second and 10. No, 11 is not Micah Parsons' number. And it sure as hell ain't Abdul Carter's number. Or Navarro Bowman's number. It's LeVar's number. And then Dale wore it after him. Sticks is still sticks, though. So, oh, mama. And Purdue gets a first down and almost another first down, but second and short. And with 16 seconds, have a whistle, and they probably just burn their third and final timeout. So, tackle them in bounds. Clock's going to stop. Or clock's going to roll, excuse me. The only way the clock stops is Purdue does call their third and final timeout. And they don't have any timeouts. The only way the clock's going to stop is if they get out of bounds or it's incomplete. They do reset the clock to 20 seconds. But tackle them in bounds. The clock will run out on them, and they won't get anything. Obviously, the clock will also stop if they can, get up on the ball and spike it, and then maybe kick a field goal here. But, yeah.
Second down and a yard, 20 seconds remaining.
21-3 here, Penn State. Second down with the timeout.
Try to go to the sideline. Had to get completed in the middle of the field. They have to get it down and spike it, but again, trying to give their field goal kicker a shot. Spencer Rath, Indiana State, 45-yard field goal in that opener. This is long of the year. They got a chunky territory to try to pick up and give it a shot.
Sutton now lined up the line together right here. Now a shoot across and keep that Purdue front guessing.
Pressure, and it's coming back. Holding. Thank you. It's coming back.
15 says, I was helped.
But they got a first down run, but it's coming back on a hold. 10 yards, replay it down. So second down.
Defensive coordinator Tom Allen, aggressive again, a 6-man
And
blitz
then
coming around the outside. And
when they blow the whistle, this clock's going to run.
Muhammad Musa, was it enough?
Sort of turned into
I know, was it enough?
what they were dancing.
So they're going to get up on the ball and got to snap it. 2, 3, 4 seconds went off before they snapped it. This might be the final play of the half. Pass, picked off. Davian Collins. So now it's joint possession. What's the call on the field? As the Zebras are going to try to see who has the football. And Penn State has the ball. Penn State has the fucking football. And yet there's 4 seconds, and they don't have any timeouts. So this clock should be running if it's catch by Purdue, but it should be a pick. Yeah, they're going to spike it from the 31. And while the clock wasn't running, fucking 10 seconds went by before a second came off the clock. And then they spike it. So now Purdue from the 31-yard line is going to kick about a 48, 49-yard field goal to end the half. It almost blocked the earlier field goal, so Penn State with the timeout, 2 timeouts actually, they're going to ice them here. So kicking into the new end zone at Ross-Ade Stadium, the one they were still working on last time Penn State played out in West Lafayette. And closed it in and have the scoreboard where they have it. And they both did in control and possession. They said catch by Purdue rather than interception. Because, Penn State gets the pick, okay. What do? Probably just take a knee. Maybe take a shot. Probably just take a knee going in a half. But then Purdue doesn't get anything. You know, they're not kicking a field goal here from officially 49. No, we missed it. Wide right. No. Still 21-3 here at halftime now. Penn State on top. Purdue to get the ball to begin the second half, so the defense holds. Had the distance, but wide right. It did hit one of the poles, but not the fucking goalpost. One of the poles that surrounds the goalpost. So 21-3 here at halftime. We getting an on-field interview going into half or not? CBS taking their good old time going to break. Franklin's talking with the refs. Well, she has to wait on him now. That's why we got a little bit of delay. There's the line. So right now, no interview. We'll hear that part later. Good first half by Penn State. It seemed like just with that sequence right before halftime, momentum was going to start to slip, because then, okay, they still got to regroup at halftime here in the next 20 minutes and get a stop early third quarter, and you just get back into groove, get some momentum, rhythm build up, and capitalize off it. They need to get a turnover that they need defensively. Almost had the pick, but they said joint possession and stays with the offense at that point. And first down, they clock it, and then Penn State ices them, and then he ends up missing a 49-yard wide right, so no good. Still 21-3 at halftime. So Penn State with 3 touchdowns, Purdue with a field goal and a missed field goal. As Penn State scored on 3 of their 5 drives. The first 2 drives, obviously, you go up 7 and 14 nothing, like a piece of cake. Making it look easy. Had to punt. Purdue got their field goal. But then, you went and drove and scored, and go back to that trick play on the double pass. At the time, that's what I said. It looked like on the 4th and a yard, that's what they wanted to run, was a double pass. And from center to Tyler Warren in the gun, because Allard motioned out behind the 2 receivers at the top of your screen. They were going right to left. You had a tight end on the near side on the line, and 24/7 get the gear. PennStateClose.com, the family clothesline, taking us to halftime as Penn State leads Purdue 21-3. Thanks for tuning in. and watch, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So we'll update some stats and scores here momentarily, but 4th and yard, they get it. It was a look to the far side on maybe a double pass because, well, he was going to throw it back to Aller, who was a good 8 yards behind the 2 receivers, and it was a 4th and yard. He's not going to run. Even though he's, got a block or 2, that play is going to be dead then at that point. Warren, who got the snap, read it right. Hey, I'm just going to run it for a yard, get the first down because he had the block. And they got the first down. All right. So what they do the very next play on 1st and 10, they lined up in the same formation, tight end on the top of the line with 2 receivers up there as well, with Aller motioned out behind. And you had Warren then get the snap, but then they threw the backwards pass, so it's a lateral, it's legal, it wasn't a forward pass, so it turned into a double pass play. And then Aller, he had a man wide open down the middle and should have threw it to him, should have hit him, he would have walked in, touchdown. But then they threw a comeback near side, and like Music City Miracle play, Warren had a convoy in front of him and brought down to 10-yard line. And then one play later, they go up 21-3, Singleton from 10 yards out, scores. So, had 2 passing touchdowns. As Penn State on the opening drive was able to drive and score 75 yards and a 2-yard passing touchdown on the fat man, Katron Allen. Got the ball back and then went 90-plus, and the passing touchdown to Tyler Warren. Like I said, had to punt, gave it the field goal, got the ball back. That's when all that trick play shit happened on 4th and yard, 1st and 10 to the touchdown the very next play. Warren has over 100 yards receiving and a touchdown. Very well could have 2. But the 3 touchdowns are 2 passing and 1 rushing. Obviously, couldn't do anything before halftime offensively, as Penn State, got to give credit to Purdue's defense, still fighting. Penn State got halfway downfield, drive stalled, had to punt again, and then defensively with what we just saw there, had a pick, joint possession offense maintains, 50-yard field goal, they miss it. So Purdue going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Penn State leads 21-3. So really just keep doing what you're doing, continue to get stops defensively, just get the hell off the field. They're converting on 3rd down, converting on 4th down for that matter. They've punted twice, yes, but they still have a cushion. They still have an 18-point, 21-3 lead, which is 3 scores. Because 9 is 2 scores, with 8 being a 1-score game with a touchdown and a 2-point, but 9 is 2 scores, so then obviously 9 and 9 is 18. And, 16 is still a 2-score game, but 17 is a 3-score game. So 18's still a 3-score game, and then on top of that. So keep doing what you're doing. Continue to get stops, continue to convert. You're on the road, you have a lead. They're running the football pretty well. Warren's having a game. Still would like somebody to step up the wide receiver, no doubt about it. But Aller, really not having to do a hell of a lot. He is running it if needed, though, too. But just run the football and work clock, get out healthy, get some guys some playing time in the second half when it comes down to it in the 4th quarter. I get you're on the road, though, so, travel team, and, you would only, taking everybody on scholarship. But still with the redshirt role, you can play out the 4 games and still redshirt, from where they were, going into Ohio State at 7-0, and then they lose 2 weeks ago, and then winning the whiteout last week, 8-1 now, at 1-8 Purdue. They're looking pretty damn good, regardless of who's playing up front. Hopefully J.B. Nelson's okay at left guard, but Us Veguillon in for him with the injury. So yeah, Penn State, exactly. They're talking about As it always starts up front with line of scrimmage, you got to be able to control the line, to block, to run, to protect, to get after, and make stops. What I'd like to see Penn State get in the second half would be get a turnover defensively and score off of it. Because Purdue is -7 in the turnover margin, or Penn State's +3. So if they can just hold the lead, keep doing what they're doing, get out healthy, get out with a win, that's all that matters. Come home, obviously, be a short week because you traveled to Purdue, you're playing today's game, you're going to have to travel back, get rid of this game, get ready for next week's game. You'll have, a few days for practice. Be the last week for students on campus, as Thanksgiving's not next Thursday, but the following Thursday, so they'll be off then, obviously, that whole week leading up to Senior Day, the Maryland game in 2 weeks' time. But then they'll have to travel again next Friday to go to Minnesota. Okay, so just going to be a quick turnaround, just with everything, going on with, especially on the road, mid-afternoon game. Get home, and then get on your next opponent before same thing next week. And then just don't get too caught up in the moment. Don't get too high on your horse. You got to stay level-headed and just keep doing what you're doing once again. Don't let shit bypass you. Squeeze by and screw shit up, because you're sitting pretty right now. If they continue to just do what they're doing, you just find a way to win. That's all that matters. Because with a win today, obviously they get 9-1. Purdue would fall to 1-9. Obviously their season's been over since week 2, because they haven't won since week 1. You got to give them credit. They've made some stops. They've made some plays, but they're just overall as a team, they can't click. They don't have any rhythm. They do one good thing and then it's nothing. They have no consistency. There's no momentum. Penn State, you got to have balance. You got to have consistency, momentum, rhythm, get in a groove. Like I said, I'd like to see a turnover, score off of it. You got to tackle better. There's how many more missed tackles in this first half, but it's nothing new. It's been like that all season, especially one today. Should have had a sack. Should have literally decked them, drilled them in the next week, and no, somehow missed them. And it fell incomplete, I believe, on that play, but so they've lucked out on a couple things. But there's the Big Ten commercial. Washington, who Penn State beat last week in the whiteout. Oregon, who's number 1. At Wisconsin later on tonight. UCLA, USC, Nebraska's at USC today. Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin jumping around. There's Northwestern. Illinois, Penn State's at Purdue. Indiana's off at 10-0. Michigan State, OHIO, won in Chi-Town earlier with Maryland and Rutgers. But as always in Happy Valley, we are Penn State. So, Nittany Lions lead Boilermakers 21-3 here at halftime. So that's about it for the time being. We'll see how the second half goes. Penn State can get a stop defensively, early third quarter, get the ball back, run it. Continue to control the clock. Get 44 of the football, Tyler Warren. See who is going to be getting some playing time, though, the second half into the fourth quarter. He's Mr. Incredible. But they have Luke Reynolds and Khalil Dinkins behind him. So, among a few others, that whether they're banged up, injured from Angel Rappa, Jerry Cross, who probably won't be around in due time, among, just knowing how culturable it is now, the transfer portal, a few other players as well. That'll be next year's team. We're not getting into that. It's still this year's team. That was a damn good play. If only he would have been able to break that tackle right there, he would have walked in touchdown. But just as I'm saying, run the football and work clock. Probably try to double what you have right now, because then that's a full first half, it's a full second half, it's a full game. Other than, maybe a drive or two, 3 or 4 here and there. Yeah, you're going to get stalled out and have to punt. But which they've done. It's not like they haven't. But then the defense has made stops. That's what I said, too. If it comes down to you taking 3 points, kicking field goals here and there, by all means, go right ahead. I'll take it. This is another game for Barker to maybe kick some field goals, and pressure. Just to, especially on the road, get more accustomed, and get back in the groove after he had missed one recently. Just play Penn State football. Go find a way to win. That's what matters. So, update these stats and scores. 21-3 at halftime. Purdue's Hudson Card at quarterback is 7 of 16 for 119 yards passing. 71 of them are to his tight end, number 86, Max Clare. 2 for 48 to Jamal Edrine. So, obviously, some chunk plays to both of them on 7 completions for a total of 119 yards. So, do the math. I mean, it's a good first down and a half. Maccabee has 7 carries, 37 yards rushing. The field goal was good from 23. Missed from 49 just prior to halftime, though. So it could be 21-6. And that's what I was saying before halftime. Okay, hold them to nothing. Well, they did because of the missed field goal. But if you give up anything, okay, give up a field goal. Give up another field goal early, third quarter. You don't want a touchdown or 2 touchdowns with Purdue getting the ball back to begin the second half, or you don't want a combination of both. From 21-3 to 21-6, 21-10 to 21-13, because then that's a 1-score game. Mid-third quarter when you're just now getting the ball back at that point, up 8 at that rate. So I'd rather be up 18 than, anything less than that. Aller's damn near perfect, 13 of 14. I'm trying to remember the incompletion. I'll have to think back. If anybody knows, let me know in the comments. But he has 166 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, one to the fat man, Katron Allen, to go up 7-0, and then the other to Tyler Warren to go up 14-0. And then, they end up having Singleton running for 10 yards to go up 21-3, and that's where we stand here at halftime. Singleton, 6 of 38 in the touchdown. Drew Aller has 4 carries, 22 yards rushing. The fat man, 6 of 20. So there's some balance. There's consistency in the run game, as there always normally is with Singleton and Allen, with 6 carries apiece. Obviously, the yardage is 15, 18, 20 yards of a difference with 38 to 20. But and then a touchdown, but then the fat man has a receiving touchdown. Like, normally, fat man's the one who's running the football better compared to Singleton. And then Singleton's the one catching the ball better in the receiving game. But today, it's reverse, it's flip-flop. As Singleton has 6 carries, 38 yards, and a rushing touchdown, 6-20 for the fat man on the ground. But then Katron Allen has 3 catches, 24 yards, and the receiving touchdown to go up 7-0, and Singleton has a catch for 13 yards. So, Aller, 13 of 14, 166 yards and 2 touchdowns. Singleton, 6-38 and a touchdown on the ground. Has a catch for 13 yards as well. Aller, 4-22 rushing. Katron Allen, 6 of 20 on the ground, 3 catches, 24 yards, and a touchdown. And then Tyler Warren has a carry for 8 yards. Bo Perbuel has a carry for 7 yards. Tyler Warren, 7 catches, 119 yards, and a touchdown in the first half. Okay? We still got another half to be played. We'll see if he can crack 150, maybe 200. Or if he can get close to what his stat line was a month ago at USC which I believe was 18 for 224 and a touchdown, if I'm not mistaken. And then Harrison Wallace and Amari Evans combined have 2 catches for 10 total yards. 1 sack, it's DDS. 4 tackles for loss, he has 2 of them, as does Abdul Carter with the other 2. Ryan Barker, no field goals attempted, but 3 of 3 on his extra points for 3 points that Purdue has on the 23-yard field goal. So that's, even then as well. And then overall team stats, look at the first downs, look at the third down, fourth down conversions. We've only had 2 penalties, 1 against each team, 1 for 6 yards against Penn State, 1 for 10 yards against Purdue. Penn State up 16-35 to 13-25 in clock management with time of possession. Penn State has 13 first downs compared to Purdue's 9. Penn State's gone a little cold on third down. Remember, they were, 3 of 3, 4 of 4 on third down. They're now 4 of 7 at the half. Purdue 3 of 7. But Penn State's also 1 of 1 on fourth down, and then 2 plays later they scored. They have about 100 more total yards at 261 to 166. I mean, shit. Purdue's 166 total yards. Penn State has that in passing on the dot with 166 passing, with Purdue having 119 passing. Penn State with 95 yards rushing, and Purdue with 47 yards rushing. So, and like I said, time of possession with 2 total penalties. Penn State up about 310, 16-35 to 13-25. So, those are your first half stats and scores. With Penn State on top of Purdue here, 30 minutes in, officially 21-3. So, thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play watch-along reactions here this afternoon of college football. Penn State at Purdue, live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, and scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. College football here this week 12 already. Hard to believe. Here we are about a week and a half, 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, with half football to be played here in this game, and then another 2 more full regular season games, and then that's it until the postseason rolls around. Games still to come tonight. Rutgers and Maryland, along with Boise State, San Jose State, Arizona State, Kansas State, South Alabama, Louisiana Lafayette, Southern Miss, and Texas State. Oregon's going to Madison inside of Camp Randall to take on Wisconsin, which should be a good game. Tennessee's at Georgia in the SEC. New Mexico State at Texas A&M. Wake Forest, North Carolina. In the Big 12, Iowa State hosts Cincinnati. UAB's at Memphis. Washington State at 8-1 in the top 25. Could be a dark horse potentially for the college football playoff. The Cougs are at New Mexico, take on the Lobos. Kansas at BYU, and San Diego State's at UNLV. Ongoing live right now in college football. Georgia State is now tied with Arkansas State at 7. Mizzou down 1, 7-6 at South Carolina. 21 apiece with JMU and ODU. Georgia Southern 10-7 leading Troy. Baylor's up 28-14 at WVU. Nebraska USC tied at 14 at halftime. South Florida 14-10 at Charlotte. Air Force leading Oregon State 14-0 as well. LSU Florida tied at 10 at the half. Louisville 21-13 at Stanford. SMU leading BC 20-14 at the half. A lot of halftime scores here. Penn State just now kicking off the second half, so it'll be 1st and 10 Purdue here, down 21-3. To begin the third quarter, Notre Dame up 28-0 at home, just north and South Bend from where we're at today in West Lafayette, shutting out the Cavaliers of Virginia. Utah State 38-3 on top of Hawaii. Sam Houston State tied with Kennesaw State at 10. Syracuse 30-14 at Cal. And then FAU and Temple tied at 15. Looks like they're going to overtime. And Illinois up 31-16 at home against Michigan State. shortly we'll update final scores from earlier and also preview next week. So stay tuned as we begin the second half. A couple yards on the opening play, 10 seconds, and Purdue going to have a second down as Penn State leads once again 21-3. Actually, they say no gain on the play, so second down. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Host Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, with the red subscribe button, notification button, as well as stay up to date. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying. Share, hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always get appreciated. Video brought to you by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry, so be sure to check them out as well. Links also in the description below, and scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. So 3rd down and 9 coming up here for Purdue. 2 plays in, make it 3 to begin the third quarter. See if the Penn State defense get a stop and get the ball back with a lead. 21-3. And Purdue out of the gun with trips near side. Left to right here in the third quarter for the Boilermakers. And Card. Pass caught, but short. 4th down, they'll punt. So they'll go 3 and out. Penn State gets the ball back a minute and a half into the third quarter. So that's just what you want to see in defense. And see the offense can just keep doing what they're doing. Drive. About 8 hours from Happy Valley to West Lafayette. The nation will be driving home, win, loss, or tie after this game here, where they go to the Twin Cities next week. But Purdue punts, and Penn State from the 30 on the return. Zion Tracy, 40 to the 43. 1st and 10, Penn State from there. 12:50 to play here, third quarter. And, with a 21-3, 18-point lead, run the football and work clock, I'm telling you, just get out healthy. Get some guys some playing time. It's nothing stupid. Don't be shooting yourselves in the foot with penalties and turnovers, all right? They probably could have, both teams for that matter, a few more points than they do, but, it just is what it is. From the 43, 1st and 10, Penn State out of the pistol, with Warren going to motion. And Aller will hand off Singleton, and he'll get a yard, maybe 2, 2nd down. Second and 8. Aller going to roll out near side. Throw back far side. It's high, but Singleton able to catch it. Good block. He's still short, though, but it'll be 3rd and about 1.5 yards, maybe 2. Depends on the spot. We got 68, Anthony Donka at right tackle. Good block. Yeah, same old story. Same old. Where's the crew at when you need them? Is what it is. There's no need to talk about it. 21-3 here. 3rd and 2. Warren in the gun. And direct snap, and he'll have a hole and off to the races. And Tyler Warren, 20, 15, going to cut back in, 10-5. Touchdown. Tyler fucking Warren. Send him to NYC in a month. We are. Mr. Incredible can do it all. He's a old school tight end, can block up front, can obviously catch. But they've had him run, as you just saw there. He's thrown. Shit. He snapped the ball. It was a double pass play and caught the ball on the same very play for a touchdown. What else needs to be said? That's going to go for 48 yards. Put him on defense. Let him kick. Let him return kicks. How about that? Extra point up and good. 28-3. Because I said it, you know, a little over a month ago, like, because he was still doing what he's doing now then. And I had little man in black. Tyler Warren's been everywhere, man. And we're in West Lafayette scoring some more points. And we'll head back to Happy Valley State College University Park here in a little bit. Before they, you know, head back out to the Midwest, Big Ten country, take on Golden Gophers, which that'll be a good game next Saturday at 3:30. But yeah, Tyler Warren been everywhere. Reno, Chicago, Fargo, yeah. Going to Minnesota next week. But touchdown Penn State, 28-3. 48-yard touchdown run for him. Yeah, he can do it all. He's Mr. Incredible. He's reliable. Not Durbin inside of 40, but he's fucking reliable. He can do it all. And as I was saying, yeah. When they were having the kicking problem, it's like, well, I'm sure you could fucking kick. Let him go try it. Well, they figured that out, so they don't need to have him do that. But then, I mean, if they needed to have him make tackles, you know, defensively or on special teams, he's big enough, he can do it, all right? I mean, that's how he worked his way up. You know, you got to play on special teams if you end up want to play, you know, football on offense or defense. You got to show your worth. That's how you know, make it. But yeah, he's special, man. He's going to go down as one of the best tight ends in Penn State football history when it's all said and done. But he's a Swiss Army knife. He is. He's doing this here. He's doing this there. He's doing this there. You know, he's a handyman at work. Just, you need it fixed. You need it done. He's the guy to call. So who you gonna call when, you know, you want to get something going? It ain't fucking Ghostbusters, I'll tell you that. It's 44. The man, not in black, I've been everywhere. Johnny Cash, they go to break, but the man in blue and white, Tyler Warren. Direct snap, and as the Wildcat, basically. And he just off to the races. And he cut back in, and the Virginia native walks in for a touchdown. Like I said, there you go. Snaps by position this season. 13 this is just today, excuse me. Tight end, 13. Receiver at 14. And then quarterback and running back, you know, very few, but hey, still getting the job done. All they needed was what? A couple yards, and off the races he went. 48 yards later, touchdown. And they're already promoting Penn State at Minnesota for next Saturday on CBS at 3:30. So I'll do the same. So be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube then, as I'll have live play for the land, or not the land grant trophy. That's Michigan State. The Governor's Victory Bell. They were talking about the Big Ten trophies before this game kicked off on the CBS pregame show. You might have heard that in the background as I was getting everything set up once we started the stream. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. But yeah, the Nittany Lions and Golden Gophers. And it'll probably be cold in the land of 10,000 lakes. That pass deflected, still somehow caught. No gain to play those 2nd and 10. But, yeah, Tyler Warren, man, can do it all. If they need a line on defense right now, I'm sure he'd go out there. Because he's just that old school tight end. Like, he could play in any generation. He could. But see if the defense here can get a stop. 2nd and 10 from the 25. And at this rate, Warren might be done. I mean, I don't know if they're going to trot him back out there or not. Sack his ass. Jesus Christ. Pass somehow caught again. Oh, my God. 1st and 10. Yeah, they want all these holding calls, and they're not getting them. I mean, you're not going to get all of them. And the thing is, with penalties, if it's clear cut, you know, call it. You know, throw it. I don't have a problem with it, you know, calling it down the middle. These refs are letting them play. There's been 2 penalties, one against each team the whole entire game. And that might stay that way because of the game the way it is. You know, like, the refs are just going to continue to let them play. Handoff. And about an 8-yard run, second and short. Yeah, block in the back. So penalty on the play. Holding. And 10 yards, I'll replay it down. So 1st and 20. Yeah, work the refs. Why wouldn't you? Right there. But then, okay, yeah. It was a hold into a block on the back, so still penalty. Well, of course you didn't, Gary Danielson. You played at fucking Purdue. 1st and a mile. And that's another fucking hold. Jesus Christ, thank you. So back him up again. 1st and 30. Good God. Yep, right in front of the ref, too. Now they're going to call these holds, thank God. So 1st and 30. When was the last time, if ever, you saw that? 1st and 30. Back of the 24. And, yeah. Well, that's an illegal forward pass. That's a 1st down, but it's coming back to the 28. Where's the penalty on that? He was clearly 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. That's an illegal forward pass. Oh my God. Right there at the 24, 25, 26-yard line, then he threw. Oh my God, how the fuck do you miss that? Come on, timeout. Let it fucking, thank you. They're going to blow it dead and it's coming back. Previous plays under further review and it's coming back. He was a good 2-3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage before he threw it. That's an illegal forward pass. Well, this is an illegal man downfield. Legal forward pass is off to the side. Not an intentional grounding, but yeah. Calling the field as a completed pass. Oh, yeah, no shit. He was wide open. He caught it, got a 1st down, out past midfield. But clearly beyond the line of scrimmage. So they're thinking about it. Hopefully they tell us something good. And they're not going to let it be there, Purdue. It's going to get overturned. Yes, this is coming back. If this stands, I might have to get a new TV. After review. Yeah, beyond the line of scrimmage. Legal forward pass. So, it's a penalty. 5 yards. Back them up some more. They'll replay the down again. And No, it should be 1st and 35.
is reviewable whether he
If you want to say 2nd and 30, okay.
is the offensive lineman review.
3 straight penalties on as many plays.
No. And I go, well, if you can do one, why can't you do that? They go, oh,
So they're going to back them up.
we don't make the rules, G. They
2nd and 35 now. Oh, it's because it's a loss of down. That's right. Yeah, 2nd and 35.
Said that too often over the past few years. But here we are.
8:52 to play in the third.
I'd like to get about half of this just to get third down a chance. Gus Hartwig in the center in his final game here at Los State.
And now another whistle. This is actually uncatchable too, by the way. Not everything I fucking said it was.
So the officials took it to the
Chains are correct. Clock's correct. Down and distance. And we're going to play football.
right now. Number 15 and number 11 want sacks. They want stats.
So 2nd and 35, back at the 20. And they'll run it near side. And to the 27, 3rd down. Just whatever you do, do not give up a first down here.
Just a pass rusher.
All right, do not give up a first down.
He's going to track him down from the backside. Cam Miller shaking up on the play.
And 14, Tyrese Mills is down.
There's 2 guys down at Penn State.
Oh, Penn State has another guy down. Yeah, Cam Miller, also 5, is on a knee. All right.
Cam Miller's one of them.
So hopefully they're both okay.
2 guys in the secondary shaking up on the play. We'll check on both when we come back.
And they'll go to break, and we'll get back to it here in a minute. So 3rd and 28 coming up for Purdue. 3rd and 28. A lot going on there with all the penalties and making sure everything is straightened out. And yeah, come on, defense. Just get off the field. Don't give up 30 yards. They'll probably run a screen, or they might go deep. They haven't done that yet today. But, yeah, just don't give up a first down. Just get off the field, get the ball back, and then go work. And then, like I said, we'll continue to update some assassin scores, obviously, from this game. But we'll, as we already previewed what's to come later on tonight and ongoing scores live right now in college football, we'll recap everything that's already happened today with final scores before we preview next week. So stay tuned for that. But a wild fucking first half of this third quarter, to say the least. So just don't give a first down. I mean, the refs got a couple holds right finally, but then somehow they missed. He was clearly beyond the line of scrimmage and, completed pass. Been different if it was incomplete, at that rate, wouldn't fucking mattered. I mean, well, it would be 2nd and 30, not 2nd and 35. Obviously, it'd still be backed up, and then now it's 3rd and 28 because they had a couple holds back to back to back. It was 1st and 30. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. 1 o'clock tomorrow on CBS. They'll have live play watch long actions. Live right here on YouTube then as well as the Black and Gold take on the Baltimore Ravens, so be sure to tune back in. Today, though, Penn State up 28-3 on Purdue.
Yeah, Cam Miller gets below the belt.
Yeah, a couple injuries. Yeah, he took a low blow.
Can't do that, right?
No, we didn't see too many punches, except the semi-main event was awesome. Main event, not so much. So all this said and done is 3rd down and 28.
So 3rd and 28 after everything thus far. And it's 28-3. So I doubt Purdue is going to pull a New England and come back on Atlanta here. Slant over the middle, caught. Carter with a tackle from behind. So, yeah. He chased his ass down. A lion chasing down a deer.
Really is. Right here to the outside. And he's on the play and watch him run it down.
So 4th down, they'll punt. Penn State getting the ball back. Going to try to go drive and score like they did on their last offensive drive here in the 3rd quarter. We'll see about Tyler Warren. They'll catch signal 4 and be 1st and 10 Penn State from there. So it looks like they'll take another break. 28-3 Penn State. 7:24 to play in this 3rd quarter. So update some scores. Final from this week in college football. On Tuesday, we had Buffalo in overtime defeat Ball State 51-48. Ball State has since fired their head coach. Bowling Green beat Western Michigan 31-13. Toledo 37-10 over Central Michigan. Kent State still winless. 34-7 loss at Miami, Ohio. Northern Illinois beat Akron 29-16. Ohio with a 35-10 win over Eastern Michigan. On Thursday, ECU went to Tulsa and won by a touchdown 38-31. And then last night, college football, Colorado State with a 24-10 win at home against Wyoming. UTSA 48-27 win over North Texas. Arizona blew out Houston 27-3, and Washington beat UCLA 31-19. Earlier today in college football, in no particular order, we'll work our way back up. Jacksonville State with a 34-31 win at home against Florida International. Kentucky beat Murray State 48-6. Marshall with a 31-19 win against Coastal Carolina. Auburn 48-14. Defeating Louisiana Monroe. Louisiana Tech beat Western Kentucky 12-7. In overtime, Liberty beat UMass by a point, 35-34. Tulane shut out Navy 35-0. Clemson, as mentioned, beat Purdue 24-20. Colorado with a 49-24 win against Utah. Alabama 52-7 win against Mercer. Texas, Hook 'em Horns over Woo Pig Suey 20-10 in the SEC. In overtime, Temple beat FAU 18-15, and Ohio State went to Wrigley and beat Northwestern 31-7. As mentioned, games still to come later on tonight. We'll have Rutgers and Maryland, Boise State, San Jose State, Arizona State, Kansas State, South Alabama, Louisiana Lafayette, Southern Miss, Texas State, Oregon and Wisconsin, Tennessee and Georgia, New Mexico State, Texas A&M, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Cincy and Iowa State, UAB, Memphis, Washington State, New Mexico, Kansas, BYU, and San Diego State, UNLV. As Aller on 1st and 10, Penn State now has a 2nd and 10. Next week in college football, we'll get to that shortly. And they'll fake the toss from a shuffle pass over the middle of Tyler Warren. And he gets 8, maybe 9 yards. It'll be 3rd and short. He's for sure going to have over 200 all-purpose yards today. We'll see about receiving to rushing. And then he has a touchdown receiving and a touchdown rushing. So he's probably going to go down as player of the game and maybe another player of the week. And, hey, like I said, send him to New York City. 3rd and 2. And he gets a first down. And he's not going to strike no pose or anything like that, probably. Just because of a few other damn good college football players. But and invites pretty damn good if he can get it. I mean, he should be in consideration. I mean, he should be fucking getting recognized for everything he's been doing. And they run an end around with Purdue at quarterback. He tosses it. And who the hell's 4 on offense? Oh, Tyseer Denmark, the true freshman wide receiver from Philly. And he loses a couple yards. So there you go with the former Oregon commit, and stayed home and went to Penn State, getting some playing time today for the first time this season. But there you go with, like I was saying, some younger guys, some playing time. 2nd and 14, Aller back in the ball game, looking to throw, pump fake, shuffles it. Fat man Katron Allen off to the races, and he'll get a first down out past midfield to the 46-yard line. And they'll move the sticks again, first down Penn State. This offense, they're fun to watch when they get rolling. Yep, just, hey, take what defense gives you. Good block by Warren, too, in my dad. 1st and 10, looking to throw again. Go deep. He has him wide open down the far sideline. Throw it to him. Go fucking deep. Yes, thank you. Into the end zone. Wide open. Touchdown Penn State. It's Harrison Wallace. It took him fucking a million years to see him, but he finally did, and he chucked it deep, and he had him open in the end zone, caught touchdown. He would have had him in stride, when he would have walked in, but now a 46-yard passing touchdown for Drew Aller to Harrison Wallace. Yes. Like the corner just let him literally walk right by him. And just, there you go. Finally, he threw me the ball. I caught it. Touchdown. And it's 34-3 now with 4:42 to play in the third. And the extra point's good, so 35-3. And it starts up front, exactly. And run the football. We have all day to throw. Credit the offensive line. Yep, look at that pocket. He could have took off and run. But chucks it deep because he has a man wide open on a go route. Down the far sideline, Harrison Wallace for 6. 6 or 6 for 7. Make it 35-3 now. So, stat-wise, as Penn State's now scored on both third quarter drives. I mean, they're honestly damn near perfect today. Yeah, they punted twice, but they scored on all their 5 drives. And they're touchdown drives. They're not field goal drives. So, 35-3, Aller, 17-19, 247, and 3 passing touchdowns. 1 to Katron Allen, 1 to Tyler Warren, and that last one to Harrison Wallace. Wallace with 2 catches, 54 yards, 46 on the receiving touchdown. Tyler Warren with 8 catches, 127 yards, and a touchdown, but he also has 3 carries for 63 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown as well. So Tyler Warren has Aller 17-19, 247, and 3 touchdowns right now. We'll see if he plays anymore. Warren right now is leading the team in rushing and also leading the team in receiving. That wouldn't be good if you were losing, but it's good with the way this game is being played out, and just it's smooth. Warren, 3 carries, 63 yards and a touchdown. Singleton, 7 of 40 and a rushing touchdown. Aller, 422 on the ground. Katron Allen, 6 carries, 20 yards. Perbula, 1 of 7. Yeah, they got Tyseer Denmark in there on an end around. He lost 4 yards, though. Wallace, behind Warren in receiving, as 44, has 8 catches, 127 yards and a touchdown. Wallace, 2 of 54, 46 on that last touchdown. Katron Allen, 4 of 44 and a touchdown. Singleton, 2 of 20, and Amari Evans has a catch for 2 yards. So I'd like to see probably, Julian Fleming, Amari Evans, Liam Clifford to get some catches in the receiving game. Tyseer Denmark, some more playing time at wide receiver. The defense is playing stout. Carter has 5 total tackles. They have 1 sack. It's DDS's in the first half. They have 5 tackles for loss. So 35-3 here, Penn State. Top of the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. 5 local and West Lafayette. Touchback on the kick. 4:42 to play in the third quarter. First 10 Purdue at the 25-yard line. And we'll preview some college football for next week shortly. So that's still to come, so stay tuned. Yep. As I said, somebody else going to be open. First and 10 for Purdue. And they have a backup quarterback in. Handoff. And 44 on the tackle for Penn State. That's not Tyler Warren. It might seem like it's Tyler Warren, 44 playing defense for him, but it's Jalen Harvey.
A player that's important to their future. He's only played in 1 game so far. 3 games left. That means he can play in the last.
So Purdue with the backup quarterback. As Hudson Card's going to finish 11 and 20, 151 yards. Second down and 11 from the 24. And some movement up front, but let it slide. The rest will let him play. It's another hold, though. That pass incomplete. Alonzo Ford, big 50, was being held in the middle, but well, it's been in effect for a good 5 years. You can play up to 4 games and still redshirt. It's not, well, 1 play and your redshirt's gone, as it used to be. Yeah. Third down and 11. Come on, defense. Good stop. And they wrap him up on the sack. Carter with 99, Keziah Izzard. So 4th down, no punt again. Defense. They win the championships, man. So Penn State offensively going to be out there. Here in a minute, we'll see who's playing quarterback. It might be Perbula. Might even be Ethan Grunkmeyer. Zion Tracy on the punt return. And he gets about 5 yards. All right. 1st and 10. That looks good.
Delicious pizza.
Well, that's the first place I ate in Lafayette.
When you were getting recruited,
Mike Phipps took me there, and then we went and watched a really good movie together.
you know, recruiting has changed a little bit since Gary's day.
Purdue in at quarterback for Penn State. Dinkins in motion, and Purdue will keep it for himself, and no gain on the play.
That's the only thing, right? You must have loved the pizza because that movie wasn't that good. I had the taste for it.
So Purdue in at quarterback. We got Corey Smith at tailback. He was the one who broke off that 80-yard run last week. Faked the toss to him. Purdue up the middle for 3, maybe 4 yards.
See the end of Drew Eller in this game.
That's damn near perfect, yeah. 17 and 19 for 247, 3 touchdowns. And remember, as I said last week too, Corey Smith, now the third back with Cam Wallace. Injured as he went down earlier this year and hasn't returned. Perbuela's pass near side, caught by Khalil Dinkins, 16. Should be a first down. We'll see the spot. Holsworth in there. Fake the toss to him. Purdue going deep down the middle. Oh! Come on, you got to catch that, dude. Wide open. You can't get more wide open than that, and you fucking drop it. Oh my God. And we had 2 men wide open. Because it looked like at first he overthrew him, but then he ran under it and he couldn't make the catch. He couldn't make the grab. Oh my. You can't make a better throw than that. You got to catch that. 12. Anthony Ivy. Purdue going to keep it for himself on 2nd and 10. Inside the 30. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. And he's going to walk in. Touchdown. We are Penn State. So he says, all right, deep ball didn't work. I'm just going to keep myself on this next play and run it in from a good, see what an official Lee will go for. Good 50 yards. And yeah, just off to the races and throws the one up. Officially a 49-yard rushing touchdown for Bo Purdue. Explosive plays into touchdowns. So it's 41-3. And Barker on for the extra point with 32 seconds to play in the third. Kicks up and good. 42-3 Penn State. Ivy's going to be kicking himself. Ball must have been poisoned. Big Ten commercial. So, update some more stats for you as we got some backups in now. Getting some playing time. 42-3 here as we're near the end of the third quarter. Aller's day is done. 17-19, 247, and 3 passing touchdowns. 1 to Katron Allen, One to Tyler Warren, and the other to Harrison Wallace. Seemingly, they're all done as well. Purdue, 1 of 2, 8 yards, but could have had a deep ball to Anthony Ivy, potentially for a walk-in touchdown, but it was dropped incomplete. Warren, 3 of 63 on the ground, and touchdown. 8 catches, 127 yards for him as well, and a touchdown. Purdue, 4 carries, 58 yards, and a rushing touchdown for 49. Singleton, 7 of 40, and a rushing touchdown as well. Aller, 4-22. Katron, 6 of 20. Harrison Wallace has 2 catches, 54 yards, and a touchdown. Allen, 4 of 44, and a receiving touchdown as well. Singleton, 2 catches, 20 yards. And, I mean, Anthony Ivy's catch that he dropped would go big in the box score right now in the stat book. Because Dinkins and Evans still have 2 catches, 10 yards total between the two of them. And then it's Harrison Wallace, 254 in the touchdown. It's Tyler Warren's day, and then it's the backs out of the backfield in the receiving game. See, the defense can make some stops here. Fumble, ball's out late. They'll roll them down, though, wind the clock, flag on the play, so the clock stops. 22 seconds to play here in the third quarter.
This is what James Franklin was complaining about, that Purdue had a substitution and they were not allowed to substitute. Got a late substitute, may pick this up.
Illegal substitution on Penn State. 5 yards, they'll replay the down. Or an automatic first down, be 1st and 5.
Yeah, you can see that. That's what he was talking about at halftime to the officials.
That's a bad call. That's a bad fucking call. We're allowed to do that since they subbed late. That's what he was saying. And yeah, they don't have the snap if they don't want to. 10 seconds on the clock here. And play clock a couple seconds behind it. So they'll let the third quarter expire, but Penn State's up on Purdue here 42-3. And we are. And Abdul Carter doing his best Hunter Hurst Helmsley impression. So they'll go to break at the end of 3 with 15 to play. Penn State's up a lot, 42-3. Officially 39-point lead. Purdue needs about 5-6 touchdowns to come back. So not going to happen. This game's over. It's just a matter of fact and what the final score is going to be. But Penn State's getting some now playing time for some guys who are second, third strings. So some playing time, some experience, some quality reps. Go down the roster from the non-starters, because I mean there's still some starters out there playing. They're slowly but surely working everybody in. But yeah, you'll have the 2s out there, you'll have the 3s out there probably by the time this game's over with. That deep ball they ran, I might add. Okay. The one that was dropped. That one's going to sting. Obviously, okay, play later, they ran it in from 50 yards out anyway, touchdown, so it is what it is. Just I don't know how you fucking drop that, dude. You're wide open. What'd you hear? Somebody whisper in your ear, say drop it. Like, you got to catch it before you run. And he just dropped it. But it seemed like it was a similar play to what they ran with Purdue last year at Northwestern. And all it is RPO, He's going to have the call on whether he's going to keep it and run, if he hadn't already handed it off to the back, or he's going to try to throw it. Or if nobody's open after he decides to throw it, he can take off and run that way. You know, so yeah. So it's Purdue in at quarterback. We've had 24. Corey Smith in at tailback. Saw 34 Tyler Holsworth out there as well. They're running Dinkins and Reynolds at tight end. And then at receiver, obviously Anthony Ivy, number 12. We saw for Tyser Denmark earlier. Who else? I've seen Jalen Harvey, 44 on defense. Let's see who else is out there on defense as well. Beginning this fourth quarter, Penn State up 42-3. But then it's that fine line of the 4 games. There's Tamir Robinson, 24. 54 is Xavier Gilliam. Second down coming up for Purdue. Obviously, Rojas out there still getting a lot of playing time. There's Izzard still out there, D tackle. Kim Miller at corner number 5, 23. Is Anton Belgrave Shorter. 2nd and 2. And going deep are the Boilermakers, and it's incomplete. Good coverage by Cam Miller, 5, and Belgrave Shorter, 23. And the injured player is the receiver who was targeted. No, but it's that fine line of the 4 games and still redshirt. With, obviously, the coaches know, players know if they've played in 4 games or more this year. If they're cutting it close, obviously you still have more games to be played. And then it's still going to be, well, you make a run, well, those games are still going to count. So, like, at that rate, you might be burning some red shirts, but yeah, we'll step aside here. Yeah. I'll take a commercial break with the injury. 14:20 to play. Penn State up 42-3 on Purdue. Remember, pass was incomplete. Incomplete. So, still Purdue ball, second down, third down when we return. So, leave it at that. But yeah, just figuring out here everybody who's officially out there and playing, number-wise, from what I've seen at least. So,
Introducing the all-new Buick Enclave with premium details throughout and room to bring everything along for the ride.
regardless, everybody's, going to be a part of this win now today. As they should be. Regardless if, they end up playing in the game or not, because you're a part of the team. That's why you committed. That's why you, go through everything you go through to get to this point. You want to play for Penn State. You want to play for such and such. So. Yeah, that's where we stand. 42-3. Penn State. We'll still preview next week here shortly, so stay tuned for that. But back from break, they show off a lot of highlights from this game. As we started out in the sunshine, darkness has fallen, and Yeah, Steve Jones, Jack Ham on the call on the radio for Penn State football. It's been all Penn State. I mean, that's your game recap. So, they go to the booth. There's Brad Nessler, Gary Danielson, Jenny Dell down on the field. Crowd starting to file out. But Nittany Nation holding true. Staying true to who we are. Third and 2 officially coming up. And a quick pass. Oh, almost picked off. Probably should have been caught for a first down because they brought the house and then kept a few guys in the secondary. Got away with another hold, but then the slant over the middle, high, through his hands, incomplete, and Penn State still almost picked it off. But fourth down, and Purdue going to punt. So Penn State going to get the ball back. So we're going to get some more playing time for some of these backups offensively. 42-3, 14-17 to play, and we'll see if they can score 50. I don't know. We'll see. And punt fielded, fair caught at the 15. Or no. And then he's tackled at the 15. Okay. I guess he never signaled for it, and they thought he did, so they didn't tackle him. And then they're like, well, they didn't blow it dead, so we got to tackle him. And he got to the 15-yard line. 1st and 10. Nope. We're going to get our popcorn ready. I don't know what the hell that was flashing on the screen. But another injury. Yeah, they might be cramping. They're just running all over the place trying to catch up. Bueller still in the ball game, quarterback with Corey Smith to his left. And hand off to Smith, and he gets 3-4 yards up the middle, second down. Like I said, he was the one last week who broke it against Washington, but couldn't score. Yeah, get your popcorn ready. 1920s, Orville Redenbacher played tuba in the Purdue marching band. All right. Well, that's what the Purdue faithful have been doing all day, just eating popcorn because they don't have much to cheer about. Corey Smith on the give, and 3 yards again for him. Big Ten football. 3 yards in a cloud of dust, third down. Obviously, Quentin Martin's played running back already this year too, but you know, from just the depth they have, and it's credit to the way they've recruited. Yep. 3rd and 2. For Buell looking to throw, gonna tuck it and run, avoid a sack, and then he goes down. So 4th down. So they can't convert. He waited too long to run. He would have got a first down if he would have took off right away, but Penn State on the punt. 12 and counting to play today.
Thompson's third punt. They're a man short. And now they're set. They got some motion, so it's gonna
So Penn State with a timeout because the play clock was winding down as they had to run a player on, and then Purdue gets the time to, sub as well. But yeah, it's going to get delay a game, but yeah, they got to call a timeout because of you.
Every detail is important. If we're going to win a championship, we have to take all.
Yeah, it's the little things that add up. And they're eating popcorn still. I guess I'll go put a bag in the microwave after this game gets over and eat some myself. At this rate, 42-3. Next week in college football, I've been waiting for this to load properly. Everything else has worked fine today, but for whatever reason, I can't get in the next week. For whatever reason. It'll be week 13. Obviously, we'll have midweek games. Purdue's going to be at Michigan State next Friday. Penn State at Minnesota next Saturday at 3:30 again. So be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube then. As last time Penn State and Minnesota played, it was the whiteout in 22. For that, Penn State went to Minnesota in 19, and the season started going down the drain. Yeah, they won the Cotton Bowl at the end of the year, but that was the first loss, and then they ended up losing to Ohio State afterwards. For then, because they meet every 2, 3, 4 years, it was 16. Penn State needed overtime to beat the Golden Gophers for the Governor's Victory Bell. Before then, Penn State went to Minnesota, lost again. So Penn State going to Minnesota next Saturday at 3:30. The Lions haven't won in Minneapolis, in the Twin Cities, against the Golden Gophers since 2010. Okay? And 2010 was a noon game. 2013 was a noon game. 2019 was a noon game, all at Minnesota. So next week when they go to Minnesota, it's going to be at 3:30, not noon, surprisingly, let alone at night, because before then, in 10, the last time they would have played up there would have been in the old Metrodome, and from noon, 3:30 night game, didn't matter. You're inside. Weather wasn't a factor. The lights were going to be on for you. But yeah, 3:30, 2:30 local kick, Penn State, Minnesota next Saturday. I'll have a lot of play watch long reactions live on YouTube then. Here we go. Here's next week. 3 games on Tuesday in the MAC, 2 on Wednesday in the MAC. Thursday night in the ACC with NC State, Georgia Tech. A couple games next Friday, as mentioned, Purdue, Michigan State. And then, next Saturday. So we'll get into those here shortly. But Penn State will attempt this punt because of the timeout. They just had to call with not having enough guys on the field to snap the ball. I mean, they could have, but they ran them out, so then the ref had to stop it, give Purdue the chance to sub. Play clock was going to expire, so they had to call a timeout or take it away game. They took the timeout, so they punt. It'll Purdue ball, 1st and 10. And 30-yard line, 35-yard line. 11:48 to play. 42-3. And a handoff and a first down run. Anthony Specca there at the end. But 1st and 10 as the damage was already done for Purdue. And missed tackle. A couple more missed tackles, and then he finally goes down. And a toss near side. And pushed out by Lane, number 10. Flag on the play.
There was a stiff arm and then a face mask to follow. On Lane. Right there.
And it'll be a face mask against Penn State.
Face mask. Defense.
Yep.
Number 10.
Yep.
The 2-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first
So
down.
the worst that can happen is when you have a bad year and your biggest rival, IU, has a once-in-a-lifetime year, basically, right?
Yep. Indiana plays Ohio State. That's for our pylon, AT&T pylon cam. The face mask on the way out of bounds. So first down, that penalty.
Yeah, 1st and 10 here, Purdue. Gonna try to
Penetrations for Purdue other than
keep this drive going. This is close as they've gotten since right before halftime. That's a hold. Oh my God. Throw that penalty. Incomplete, 2nd and 10.
The discipline of, this Penn State defense, every time Purdue tries one of those throwbacks or trick plays, and it's not there.
they're waiting on it.
Yes.
Some freshmen and sophomores playing in that secondary right now for Penn State.
Yeah, everybody that came on the planes when we got on the field through that defense.
Yeah.
Second and 10.
2nd and 10 from the 25. Roll out. You're going to tuck it and run. And then pushed out of bounds by 17 and 12. Kenny Wosley Jr. and John Mitchell.
And ran for over 100
3rd down.
on 17 carries.
That Oregon team would come, right? Yeah. And then it was a little tough.
3 for 11 today, which is
3rd and 5 from the 20. And pressure, but wide open, caught, 1st down. Inside the 10, 5, touchdown Purdue. With 9:50 to play. And injured Nittany line, that's 44, Jalen Harvey. And he's holding his left leg, left knee. Hopefully he's okay. You especially don't want to see anybody get hurt this late in the game the way it is, whether you're a starter or a backup.
Perfect. There it is. And now it's one-on-one. And Claire beats it into the end zone.
So finally a touchdown for the Boilermakers and for Max Claire. His 3rd of the year. It's Jalen Harvey.
Yeah, Harvey's down.
Freshman's down for Penn State on the play. Working on his left leg.
So they'll pop him up.
Edge player in the game. Offensive edge.
See a replay here.
Freshman.
I saw your screen right here.
At least it
Oh, yeah.
ain't a burn to make him two-face, but Jalen Harvey is going to be helped off by
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. coaches and teammates with a left leg, left knee injury, it looks like.
He's got a bright future. I'm sure he will, no matter what after this. But they save him to the end of the year when he can play his last 3 games and not, lose his red shirt. And all of a sudden he's got a knee he's dealing with.
And Freehill in for the point after.
Extra point here by Purdue, up and good, 42-10. So, I mean, still only giving up 10 points is, pretty damn good. I mean, it'll go down as really only 3 points for the starting defense. The second, third string guys do give up the touchdown there. You still give up 10 points as a team, though. I mean, I get the opponent to begin with. We talked about it earlier. But still, 10 points given up defensively against anybody's, damn good. So, and then the 42, that they've scored is up there for as many points as they've scored all season long. If I'm not mistaken, the most they've scored in any game so far this year. Because they've had 30s a couple times. Yeah, 42 here today. Whereas they scored 34 against West Virginia and Bowling Green. 33 against USC, 35 last week. Couple 20s, 21, 27, 28. Obviously 13 in the loss. They did shut out Kent State and they put up 56. And that's when they had broke the program record for most offensive yards in a single game in program history. So, okay, yeah, still 2 touchdowns off from the most points they've scored all season long. But, they've worked their way back up to, scoring, because it was steady at 34 to 56, and then it went to 21, 27, 33, 28, 13, 35, and now here for 42 this afternoon. And then you have next week and the following week. But it just depends on how the game goes. Obviously, with as many points as you're going to get, I don't really care. Just as long as you score one more point than your opponent. You get the win. Because that's all that matters. So, next week in college football, as Penn State offensively is going to get the ball back here. On Tuesday, Akron and Kent State. Western Michigan, Central Michigan. Northern Illinois, Miami, Ohio. Wednesday will be Buffalo and Eastern Michigan, Ohio and Toledo. NC State, Georgia Tech on Thursday. Temple at UTSA next Friday. Purdue, Michigan State. UNLV, San Jose State. And then handful of games, kick times still to be determined. But then we'll have a good big noon game. 3:30 next Saturday with Penn State and Minnesota. We'll be watching some good action as well. So we'll get into a preview with those games once again here shortly. So Purdue hands off Corey Smith up the middle for a good chunk. Make it 9 yards, officially 2nd and 1. And Reynolds in motion out of the pistol. Purdue will hand off again. Corey Smith. Cut. Nice cut. 40, 45 to the 48. And first down. Motion man near side. Purdue going to hand off or fake it again and then dump it off to Luke Reynolds. And he gets almost enough for first down, but just short. 2nd and 1. Buell on 2nd and 2 roll out. Come back on a pass near side. Complete to Dinkins, but it would have been better if he would have dropped it because he loses about 3-4 yards. And a loss makes it 3rd and 6. But these 42 points, back to the point discussion a minute ago, would be the most they've scored in conference. At 56 in non-conference, was the most. 42 here today, most in the Big Ten thus far, with a couple more games we played. 3rd down. And like I said, at halftime, they had 21, maybe double it. Well, they did, and you still got 7 minutes and change here to play. A late whistle and a timeout by Penn State. Yeah, wanted them to snap the ball, but play clock was winding down and couldn't get it off. So they call a timeout, have to burn one there. So, be 3rd and 6 still when we come back. Up front on the line, I've seen, I believe, Nolan Rucci, 72 at right tackle, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 50 is Cooper Cousins. Get a few other names and numbers here for the offensive line here in the 4th quarter. 64, 74, and 52. 64 at left tackle is Egan Boyer. Pass intended for Reynolds, incomplete, 4th down. 74 is Javon Williams, highly touted recruit. Played a little bit last year. Here we go, playing a little bit again here this year. And then 52 at center is Dom Rowley, who's been on the team. He's been around. So, and then Cousins at right guard, Rucci at right tackle. Yeah, how don't you convert? How don't you keep that drive alive? The backups, okay, had one good drive, but really nothing else. Got a couple punts now. I mean, at least they're getting playing time. At least they're getting experience. They got to learn from this, though. Let's go State. So 1st and 10 here, Purdue. 6:54 to play. And tackle in the backfield right away. 24 is Tamir Robinson. 54 along with 58. 54 is Xavier Gilliam. 58 is Caleb Artis. And then it looks like 15 Amin Vanover is on the near side coming off the edge. Pass complete. Big hit by, that's 17, Kenny Wosley Jr. As the one lane was also nearby on coverage. 3rd down. 3rd and about 3. Or 3rd and 5, sorry. 3rd and 5. It's more like 3rd and 4, but yeah. And down he goes on the sack. Amin Vanover. 4th down, and here we go with another punt. So Penn State can get the ball back once more. Can they work 5 minutes of clock and take a knee is the question. Tyseer Denmark on the punt return. True freshman from Philly. 45 to the 48. And a Penn State first down with 4:51 to play. Up 42-10. They got a timeout and 2-minute warning, but they'll update the standings. Penn State's going to get the 9-1. But, yeah, Indiana and Oregon are both 10-0 at the top. Indiana's off this week. Oregon's at Wisconsin tonight. And then, obviously, Ohio State at 9-1 as well. Won earlier at Northwestern. Penn State's going to win here today at Purdue, but Ohio State beat Penn State 2 weeks ago. And then you still have another 2 weeks of football to be played before the conference championship weekend. And then the playoffs to begin in about a month from now. Smith again on the run up the middle, 2nd down and 7.
They're going to go in there. I mean, they win great. They play well. We kind of watch them. They have a very good football team. But does it look how many points? Does there have to be a number? Or with what else are they in automatically? I think that's the big decision that's going to come towards that last weekend of choosing teams. Of course, they can make it easy by winning it.
Fabio handoff once again. And 4 yards up the middle, 3rd down. Get a first down. Work this clock. Jerry Cross is out there, 88 at tight end as well. First he's played in a while, if ever. But they have depth, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, especially up front on the line. And then on defense as well, So, yeah, everybody who traveled, which is everybody on scholarship, is seeing the field today one way or another. Smith on the run, first down, Penn State. Like I said, can they work 5 minutes? Can they work now 3:26 and counting to play? Can they run this fucking clock out and take a knee? I mean, will they take a knee, though? That's the thing, because they've had the chance to do that like twice this year, and they haven't. They just ran another play. They're getting more reps. Purdue looking to throw down the middle. Denmark, he had it too, and he also dropped it. Down the seam, and it falls incomplete. 2nd and 10. They got to fucking catch the damn ball. I don't care if they're young or they've been around and they have experience. You got to catch the fucking football. Yeah, hit him right in the face mask. He dropped it, incomplete. I mean, no wonder they're not, playing some more. They can't catch the damn ball. So 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. But remember, on the last deep ball that was dropped, they scored on the next play. Next play here, Corey Smith gets tackled for a loss, 3rd down. 2:45 and counting to play. 3rd and 14 officially coming up. So from the 45, 3rd and 14. And Purdue pass down the middle, caught Luke Reynolds. And first down Penn State, and that'll take us to 2-minute warning. Purdue still has all 3 timeouts, but Penn State's got a new set of downs here, and at this rate, they can just kneel it out if they want to. So also now next week in college football, talked about the midweek games. Next Saturday, as Purdue's going to be at Michigan State next Friday. Next Saturday, obviously, Penn State's at Minnesota at 3:30, so be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube then, as I'll have live play watch-along reactions. Also next Saturday, kick time still to be determined at this rate. Texas A&M, Auburn, Cincinnati, Kansas State, Pitt, Louisville, Vandy, LSU, Illinois, Rutgers, Wisconsin, Nebraska, USC, UCLA, Baylor, Houston, Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, Arizona, TCU, Iowa State, Utah, and UCF, West Virginia. Big noon will be Indiana, Ohio State, which will be a top 5 matchup in the Big Ten. Wake Forest at Miami also at noon next week. Ole Miss in Florida. SMU at Virginia. Iowa at Maryland. UConn, Syracuse. North Carolina at Boston College. Sam Houston State, Jacksonville State should be good. UMass in Georgia. UTEP, Tennessee. Western Kentucky, Liberty. Charleston Southern Florida State. Bowling Green, Ball State. Rice at UAB. New Mexico State and Middle Tennessee State. James Madison, App State. Florida International, Kennesaw State, Louisiana Monroe, Arkansas State, South Alabama, Southern Miss, Charlotte, FAU, Texas will host Kentucky, BYU at Arizona State, Colorado at Kansas, the Citadel is going to be at Clemson, Northwestern at Michigan, the bands on the field with Stanford and Cal, San Diego State, Utah State, Georgia, Southern Coastal Carolina, East Carolina, North Texas, Tulsa, South Florida, Wofford at South Carolina, Louisiana Tech, Arkansas, Missouri and Mississippi State in the SEC, Troy and Louisiana Lafayette. Notre Dame's going to play Army at Yankee Stadium, Boise State at Wyoming, Washington State, Oregon State, Georgia State, Texas State, Alabama at Oklahoma next Saturday night, Marshall and Old Dominion, Virginia Tech, Duke, along with Air Force, Nevada, and Colorado State, Fresno State. That's next week in college football. As Penn State on 1st and 10 with 2 minutes to play scores yet another touchdown, and it's to the tight end Luke Reynolds. And it's going to go officially down as a 24-yard passing touchdown from Bo Perbula on a wheel route to Luke Reynolds, who dove then at the pylon into the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. Both. And over the middle, they had a man open too. Barker on for the extra point. Kicks up and good. 49-10 Penn State. With 1:51 to play. The over-under was 50. They just scored 49 themselves. They were 28 and a half, 29-point favorites. They're up 39 right now, so obviously, yeah, minus the points and the over is what's going to hit. And Luke Reynolds with a touchdown reception. As USC's up on Nebraska 21-20. SMU 31-28 on top of Boston College, but the Eagles have the football. And then Baylor, it was 35-28 last I saw. Bears on top of West Virginia, but they still had a good quarter to play. So Penn State on the kickoff here. So, I mean, yeah, they ran the clock out as low as they could get it, you know, before they scored. So Penn State booms it, and it'll be fair caught. So it'll be 1st and 10, Boilermakers at the 25-yard line. Probably drink one of those in celebration, too.
Drew Aller in that game turned this season around for Penn State.
First and 10 Purdue, and Penn State with about a 1-yard tackle.
Against USC in that game. Drew Adler, the first one was with 4:30 to go, 4th and 7, and Fleming catches it. And then the next one with 3:45 to go, 4th and 10, he has to elude the pass rush and then dumps it off at the end for the Singleton. Very, very big drive to keep that Penn State team in that game. They had to have that drive.
So from the 26, second down. 2nd and 9. And pass incomplete. 3rd down. He almost picked. Ball was incomplete though.
So there's the present and the future at play. Penn State. Luke Reynolds and
He's got his hair going already.
he's got the same thing working.
Going to get the headband next year.
Got to get the beard going.
3rd down. And quarterback run, they get a 1st down. And Penn State's most definitely not getting the ball back now, unless they get a turnover. As Purdue's now played down to their 3rd quarterback. And they're taking their good old time. 35 seconds to play. I mean, there's no, go for them regardless if they're down or not. Deep ball. He might have caught that. We'll see the call on the field. Yeah, they say catching a 1st down. Yeah, that's a catch. So 20 seconds to play here. 1st and 10 from the 36.
I really never have any problem with backups, whether Penn State scoring on that last drive or what's happening. Finish the game. These guys all practice all week.
Pressure, roll out, over the middle, it's incomplete. So 2nd and 10 with 14 seconds on the play. It's 49-10.
College football, whether walk-on or grad or whatever, first, second, third team, you're going through off-season program, all summer, and get an opportunity to play, go play.
So 2nd down and 10. And more pressure. They run it. And Penn State wraps them up. Clock's going to wind. 3, 2, 1. They won't call a timeout. And that'll be the final play of the game. Final score is Penn State gets to 9-1, defeating Purdue 49-10 and taking the Boilermakers to the train station. If you know, you know. So post-game handshakes. We're going to get an interview as we were supposed to at halftime, but talk with the refs instead. And now an interview post-game as they'll show off some plays of the game. I mean, it's been all Penn State. Here's Steve Jones, Jack Ham on the call. And it was the double pass play. I mean, if Penn State's on CBS, there's going to be a double pass play. Because that's 2 for 2 already. Hey, they're on CBS again next week. We'll see if third time's a charm. They didn't score on that play today like they did a month ago, but they scored on the very next play. But then they sort of ran it again, and then it was just a designed run, and he just took off and into the end zone he went. Like I said, it was all Penn State. 7-0, 14-0, 14-3, 21-3, 28-3, 35-3. 42-3. And then they scored 42-10, and then Penn State scored again, 49-10, your final score. So, Drew Aller and Abdul Carter, post-game interview on the field. Yeah, just do your job.
There were so many players that added up to come to make this team win. How do you define
Everybody that went played. Offense, defense, special teams. They went 3 deep. Yeah, they got a lot of good experience today with some quality reps, some playing time.
finishing off this season, looking ahead to the playoffs? What's the mentality of this team?
Minnesota.
I think it's just about going 1-0 next week and putting ourselves in a position to, be successful when
Yep,
that time comes.
Minnesota next week.
It's about whoever we got next week.
Congratulations, you guys.
You got the Golden Gophers next week. Drew, we're going to be there to watch you
Yep,
again.
another 3:30 CBS game next Saturday. Penn State, Minnesota.
It's the final. That's going to wrap it up from
Look for their 10th win of the season before they then host Maryland on Senior Day. See what else happens in college football. I mean, there's a possibility they're still in Indy in a couple weeks for the Big Ten championship game, but I don't know. I highly doubt it. We'll see. Just, obviously still take care of business and get some help in that regard then too. Rest sort itself out, obviously, but then, if they're done after 2 weeks, then they're, in the college football playoff with the 12 teams that it is now, and, hosting a playoff game in about a month. So good luck to anybody coming into Happy Valley right before Christmas, with cold weather and, potential snow on the ground and being a factor in the game. But we'll get there when we get there. Penn State wins at Purdue today, 49-10 your final score. Purdue falls to 1-9. They'll be at Michigan State next week before then they play Indiana for the old Oaken Bucket. Penn State in 2 weeks will host Maryland on Senior Day, but they still got to go on the road once more in the regular season here. And they go to the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, Minnesota, to take on the Golden Gophers of Minnesota for the Governor's Victory Belt next Saturday at 3:30. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube then, as I'll have my play watch along reactions then as well. And they'll look to get their 10th win, as mentioned, of the season, another 10-win campaign potentially in the horizon, or in sight on the horizon, as there's a supermoon tonight. But a win's a win at the end of the day. I mean, it was all Penn State from the start. Yeah, they punted a couple times, drive stalled, both with the starters and the backups. So credit to Purdue's defense. But Penn State was able to, on the opening drive and score, 75-yard touchdown drive, passing touchdown from Aller to the fat man, Katron Allen. Got a stop on defense. Went 90-plus then, went up 14-0. That was Tyler Warren's receiving touchdown. Obviously Luke Reynolds got the last touchdown to make it 49-10. Purdue with a passing touchdown to him, also at tight end. Surprisingly, no turnovers today on either side. Had a few penalties on both sides, but the rest let them play. But it was really all Penn State from the start. Of course, Indiana at 10-0, as Oregon's also 10-0, playing tonight at Wisconsin. Penn State's at 9-1, as is Ohio State, but Ohio State has the head-to-head win, obviously. Penn State just still needs to take care of business. All right, the rest will sort itself out. But Purdue got a field goal. Penn State had scored again before halftime. It was like, all right, well, don't give up anything, and they didn't, because Purdue missed the field goal to end the half, or else it would have been 21-6. Purdue got the ball back to begin the second half. They didn't do anything, but as I said, don't give up anything. They didn't. missed field goal. But if they did give up anything, it would be a field goal. You don't want to give up a combination of a field goal and a touchdown from, late second quarter before halftime, into the second half, let alone 2 touchdowns, because then, you're only up 4 then 21-17, as potentially could have been. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. It wasn't going to work out that way because Penn State's defense was just making stop after stop after stop, when needed. But then the offense got rolling and scored on back-to-back drives to begin the second half, because you had to play with a 4th and 1. They went for it. It looked like it was going to be double pass. Ended up running for a first down. The very next play on first down, they ran the double pass. And Warren threw it back to Aller. Aller threw it back to Warren on a comeback near side. He had a convoy down the near sideline. Didn't get in, but the very next play, then 10 yards later, Singleton ran it in for a 10-yard touchdown. So 10 for 6. That's what got him the 21-3. Missed field goal then by Purdue. And Penn State made a stop, went and drove and scored 2 times in a row in the third quarter. 35-3. Scored again, 42-3. Purdue scored 42-10, and then Penn State scored at 49-10, your official final score now, as Penn State is 9-1. So we'll update some final stats and scores. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching as we've recapped college football this week, previewed what's to come, and also next week. Just be sure to tune back in tomorrow. I'll have NFL play as well. But next week, Penn State will be at Minnesota. 3:30 Eastern next Saturday, 2:30 local kick. So, yeah, live play, Penn State, Minnesota next week. Be sure to tune back in. I'll actually have 2 NFL games from now until then. One tomorrow and one next Thursday, with the Steelers hosting the Ravens at 1 o'clock, and then also on a short week going to the Cleveland Browns on Thursday Night Football before Penn State plays next Saturday at 3:30 at Minnesota once again. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. 49-10 your final score. Update these final stats and scores. They still haven't lost on November the 16th since 1935. They're 16-4 now all time on this date. Boiler down. Not boiler up, boiler down. They're 1-9. Wish them well, but they got to figure it out. Top to bottom for the football program. And Penn State 17-3-1 all time now against Purdue. Still haven't lost to the Boilermakers in 20 years. Have won 11 straight now. And Purdue still hasn't won since August. They were 1-0. They've lost 9 straight. Penn State was 7-0, lost, and now they've won 2 in a row. So Penn State takes Purdue to the train station. Final stats and scores: 49-10. Hudson Card finished 11-21, 151 yards passing. Ryan Brown 3 of 7, 40 yards and a touchdown. That was Purdue's only touchdown. It was their tight end number 86, Max Clare, who had 7 catches, 91 yards, and the touchdown. Their third-string quarterback, Christian Gilov, had a completion on 3 attempts for 26 yards. Devin Mockobee, 11 carries, 40 yards rushing. And then Clare, as mentioned, Max Clare, 7 catches, 91 yards, and the receiving touchdown. That's about it for Purdue, as they did have a 23-yard field goal. USC still up 21-20 on Nebraska. SMU is going to beat Boston College 38-28. And Baylor's still up on West Virginia 35-28. Those are your scores for these other games I'm currently watching. So, Purdue had the touchdown late. So the starting defense only gave up 3 points. It was a 23-yard field goal. They missed a 49-yard field goal just prior to halftime. It was wide right. But then the touchdown. That's all they had today. Penn State on the flip side. We'll see where they'll be ranked in the college football playoff rankings come Tuesday. Obviously, Oregon at 1. They play here in about a half hour or so at Wisconsin. As the Big Ten has 4 of the top 5. As Ohio State won at Northwestern today. They were down 7-0, but then they scored 31 unanswered and won 31-7. You have Texas at 3. Texas beat Arkansas today. And then Penn State here at 4. Just beat Purdue 49-10. Indiana at 5. They were off. So if I'd have to guess, they're staying put at 4 going into Minnesota next week. We'll see, though. I mean, for Penn State's sake, yeah, you'd want Wisconsin to beat Oregon tonight. You'd want Ohio State to beat Indiana next week. I mean, you could have Indiana beat Ohio State, but then Indiana has a win over Ohio State, Penn State doesn't. So then I'd rather, have the Buckeyes beat the Hoosiers, give them their first loss, because then they'll probably finish at 11-1 and beat Purdue. And then Penn State would have, one loss at that time if they'd win out from here. Also be 11-1, as would Ohio State probably. At that rate they'd beat Indiana and then, that team up north in Michigan. But then that game is always damn good. You never know who's going to win that. But then if so, they're 11-1, let alone, 10-2. And then you have, Oregon maybe, undefeated or 11-1, 10-2. So it's going to be interesting just down the stretch on who gets to Indy for the Big Ten championship game, because it's going to be 2 of those 4 teams. The only time it's going to tell us why they'll play the games, though. Okay, and it's not on paper, it's not on the field. It's probably going to be a rematch of a game we've already seen, though, this year. I can guarantee you that. So we'll see. Yeah, they'll probably stay put. Penn State will at 4 in the playoff rankings. And then it's with the bracket. Okay, you got to be a conference champion to get a bye. But then 5 through 12, from rankings to seeds, just depending on who wins their conferences and who doesn't, and then who else is ranked in the top 12 and so on and so forth. You're going to be either hosting or going on the road in the first round, as long as you're in that top 12. But then remember, it's the highest ranked non-Power 5, non-Power 4 now also, gets in at 12. So, Penn State's still sitting pretty, though, in a damn good spot. Just continue to take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. Whether you're in Indy, whether you're not, you're still going to be playing more than 2 games from now to end the regular season. So we'll see what happens. But today, 49-10 win at Purdue for the Nittany Lions. Drew Aller finished 17-19. He was damn near perfect. Still trying to remember the 2 incompletions he had. But he had 247 yards passing and 3 passing touchdowns. The first of the fat man, Katron Allen, who had 4 catches, 44 yards receiving, and the 2-yard score to go up 7-0. Aller's second passing touchdown was to Tyler Warren, who had 8 catches, 127 yards receiving, and a touchdown as well. The third one was to Harrison Wallace, 2 of 54 for him on a 46-yard receiving touchdown. And then Bo Prabula in relief, 5 of 8, 58 yards passing, and a touchdown as well. That to Luke Reynolds at tight end, 3 catches, 53 yards receiving for him, and the score from 24 yards out. So those are your 4 passing to receiving touchdowns. Also in the receiving game, Singleton had 2 catches, 20 yards, and Dinkins and Evans had 3 catches and 7 yards total between the 2 of them. So it's still offensively run the football with Singleton and the fat man Katron Allen. It's still get 44 of the football in Tyler Warren. As he's going to end the day leading the team in rushing and receiving against Purdue with 2 touchdowns and just shy of 200 all-purpose yards today. 63 rushing and 127 receiving. But it's, from receiver standpoint, it's Harrison Wallace and only Harrison Wallace. That's why they're running 12, 13, 14 personnel and getting the tight ends involved and running the backs in the receiving game. It's just the way it's been, because they haven't had anybody step up at wide receiver behind Harrison Wallace. Even though they have Julian Fleming, even though they have Amari Evans, even though they have Liam Clifford, among others. Anthony Ivey dropped the ball. Tyseer Denmark dropped the ball. Is what it is. But yeah, that's the receiving. I mean, as a team, it was with Drew Aller 17-19 again, 247 and 3 touchdowns. Perbula 5 of 8, 58 yards and a touchdown. So 22 of 27 for 305 and 4 touchdowns. 1 to Katron Allen, 1 to Tyler Warren, 1 to Harrison Wallace, and 1 to Luke Reynolds. And then they also had 3 rushing touchdowns. So everybody was getting touches. Everybody was getting playing time, and 7 different players, make it 6 with Warren having 2, scored touchdowns today. Well, make it 5 because Perbula threw for 1 and also ran for 1. So, yeah, let's go through these once more, and we'll get into the team stats because it was all Penn State. Up 7-0, 14-0, 14-3, 21-3, 28-3, 35-3, 42-3, 42-10, 49-10, your final score. So Drew Aller was 17-19, 247 passing, 3 touchdowns, 1 to Katron Allen, 1 to Tyler Warren, 1 to Harrison Wallace. Bo Perbula, 5 of 8, 58 yards passing, and a touchdown, that to Luke Reynolds. Tyler Warren led the team in rushing today with 3 carries, 63 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown. Perbula had 5 carries, 56 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown. Nick Singleton, 7 of 40, and a rushing touchdown as well. Corey Smith, the third back, 8 carries, 37 yards. Drew Aller, 4-22. The fat man, Katron Allen, had 6 carries, 20 yards on the ground. But then the fat man also had 4 catches, 44 yards receiving, and a touchdown. Singleton, 2 of 20. Reynolds, 3 of 53 receiving and a touchdown. Harrison Wallace, 2 of 54 and a touchdown. And Mr. Incredible, Tyler Warren. Just get 44 of the fucking football. Tyler Warren had 3 carries, 63 yards rushing, and a touchdown with a 48-yard rushing touchdown. And then 8 catches, 127 yards receiving, and a receiving touchdown. Penn State, defensively, Abdul Carter had 5 total tackles. 2 of them for loss. They had officially 3 sacks. 1 by Dennis Sutton, 1 by Keziah Izzard, and 1 by Amin Vanover. 9 tackles for loss. 2 by Abdul Carter, 2 by Dennis Sutton, 1 by Keziah Izzard, 1 by Amin Vanover, 1 by Caleb Artis, 1 by Jalen Harvey, who went down with an injury, and then a half apiece with Kobe King and Alonzo Ford. Barker was good on 7 extra points. 7-7. They punted 4 times as they officially had the ball. Let's see how many drives, how many times they actually touched the football today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They had 11 total drives and they punted on 4 of them. So 7 of the 11, even though Sheetz is better than them, and Wawa and Rutter's and whatever other gas station convenience store you want to name, Sheetz is king. Penn State was also able to score inside the Del Grosso red zone, I might add, today too. But overall team stats, as they get to 9-1 with a 49-10 win at Purdue. I get Purdue was 1-8, now 1-9, but Penn State looked pretty damn good. They had 23 first downs. They finished 9 of 14 on third down, 1 of 1 on fourth down. Had 305 yards passing, when Purdue had 302 total yards. So Penn State had more passing yards today than Purdue had total between passing and rushing combined. Purdue, 16 first downs there, 5 of 14 on third down. 217 passing for the Boilermakers, 85 yards rushing for 302 total yards. They had 4 penalties called against them for 34 yards, had 28 minutes and 40 seconds of time possession on their side. Penn State with 31-20, so they won that. You control the line of scrimmage, you can control the clock, you run the football, you drive and score. You don't turn the football over as either team did, but you just make it look smooth, ease. It seemed like that's what it was early. Obviously, they, got stopped a few times. Purdue was, capable of doing that, and give them credit on defense. Like I said, Penn State punted only 4 times. Both by starters and, the backups late in the game. But they still went and drove and scored 7 other times. And a total of 5 people scoring touchdowns. Because Perbiola had a passing touchdown, but he also had a rushing touchdown. Then Warren had a rushing touchdown, and also had a receiving touchdown. So you do the math with the 7 touchdowns at 7 points apiece. 7 and 7 is 49 if you go back to elementary school, kindergarten, first, second grade math. They look damn good from the start. Penn State, 23 first downs, 9 of 14 on third down, 1 of 1 on fourth down. At 305 yards passing, 234 yards rushing, and 539 yards total. 3 penalties for 26 yards. 1 was a false start. 1 was a face mask. And then I can't remember the other. Obviously, the refs let him play, though. They really didn't call much. They did end up calling some holds finally after halftime, but Penn State still with 31 minutes and 20 seconds time possession on their side, and seemingly everything else, the Nittany Lions were able to go on the road and continue to take care of business. So they just need to continue to do just that, take care of business down the stretch here. The rest will sort itself out. So Penn State wins. The Lions defeat the Boilermakers, taking Purdue to the train station, 49-10, your final score. So in the meantime, that'll do it for myself. Your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Always greatly appreciated. Thanks for the support. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. And I'll see everybody next week for some more college football and NFL coverage for live play-by-play, watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. But, hey, win's a win, and especially on the road, especially in the Big Ten, and the nation get home safe before Penn State has to travel on the road once again next week, as the blue and white will head to Minnesota to take on the Golden Gophers. And I'll have a lot of watch-along reactions over here on YouTube then next Saturday at 3:30 Eastern Time. So see everybody then, as Penn State plays at Minnesota, looking to win at Minnesota for the first time since 2010, I might add. They've lost up there a few times since. It'll be cold. I don't know if weather's going to play a factor, though, if it, snows in the forecast or not. But Minnesota's for Penn State next week, no doubt about it, going to be a trap game with Penn State having at Minnesota and Maryland for Senior Day on the schedule for the rest of the regular season before the conference championship weekend, December the 7th. We'll see about that. But then the college football playoffs. So, like I said, just continue to take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. And another check mark. Back-to-back wins after a loss. So they now sit at 9-1. And we'll head to Minnesota next week. So hope to see everybody then. But in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. That'll do it for myself here since Encyclopedia Sports Code. I'm Luke 96 once again. So, like, follow, and subscribe, links in the description below. I'll see you when I see you. But we are Penn State, blue and white, Penn State Alliance, defeat the Purdue Boilermakers. Your final score once again, 49-10.